Going on, everybody? John Matrix here. Hope you all are having yourselves a wonderful day wherever you're at, and whenever you are watching this. We're gonna be jumping into the 40K universe here today. We're picking up where we left off with doing the Primarch lore videos. We're gonna be checking out Magnus the Red, the Price of Knowledge by the Amber King. Links will be down below in the description as always to the original video without my commentary and reaction, and to the Amber King's channel. Please do me a favor, if you enjoy good detailed 40K lore videos, especially on specific characters, the Amber King's videos are very well done. We've done the reactions to several of his videos in the past. I believe we've done Jagatai Khan. We did a video on Sevatar, Conrad Kurz, and Alfarius. I think those are the videos of his that we've done reactions on so far, maybe a couple of others. Very good videos. I love his Primarch lore videos, so looking forward to getting into Magnus here today. But yes, please go to his channel, check out his content. If you enjoy it, be sure to like the videos that you've enjoyed, hit that sub button, check out his Patreon, and check out any kind of YouTube membership stuff that he's got for ways to give him some extra love and support. This is going to be a long video. His video is about 3.5 hours long, so we're getting into Lord of the Rings extended edition territory here. So because of that, we're probably going to break this video up into 2 or 3 parts, and I'll upload them separately. And then for you crazy people out there that want to just throw something on and listen to it in the background while you're working, or just want to listen to it all the way through, I will upload it as one long video. Again, this is a 3.5 hour video, so with my commentary and reaction and pausing and stuff like that, this could end up being upwards of 5+ hours long. So we'll see where we go. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, so more than likely this will be uploaded into 2 or 3 parts, and then again I'll upload it as one long massive video for the people that would rather just have it as one long massive video. But with all that said, looking forward to getting into this, looking forward to getting back into the Primarch videos here with the Amber King. I think after we do Magnus here, we're probably going to look at doing Leman Russ next, and then we'll figure out where we want to go from there as far as videos go. So yeah, strap in. We're going to get into it here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Again, this is Magnus the Red, the Price of Knowledge by the Amber King. Let's do it.
Necessity justifies all, and this is necessary. Without this primeval force, without this chaos, there will be stagnation. Ignorance instead of illumination. Existence instead of life.
That's already an interesting statement, right? The idea that without chaos, life is stagnant and almost meaningless. That's kind of an interesting take on it.
Humanity needs to be led upwards with small steps, with their eyes gradually opened, lest the light blind them.
There it is. Check out his Patreon. Please give the man some support. Give him some love. He definitely deserves it. Prospero.
The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. If I am guilty of anything, it is the simple pursuit of knowledge. I am its master. I swear it.
See, that's why I would fall to Tzeentch. I've said this a million times. If the Chaos Gods were real, Tzeentch would end up taking hold of me because of that simple fact. Because I have a thirst for knowledge. I want to know and learn and understand things. So I would easily fall to Tzeentch.
I am guilty of anything. It is the pursuit of knowledge. I am its master. I swear it. Because there is no sin but ignorance. The sorcerer of Prospero, the Cyclopean giant, the Crimson King, Primarch of the 15th, the Thousand Sons Legion, Magnus the Red. A name uttered with venom and hate to an Imperium that only knows the monster that schemes and burns everything in his path. A man that desired enlightenment for all of humanity, but who now fights against his own species in the cabal of the gods of chaos. But who was the man that became the monster? How did someone, once so loyal to the Emperor, turn his back upon his father and his species? His story begins in the 30th millennium. Terror, the golden age of humanity, had passed. We stand in the ashes of the age of strife, the collapse of the federation of mankind across the stars. Decay and ruin touches all of the worlds,
Another pause here. I think that would also be a fascinating, series for someone to make a show out of. That, like, Star Trek utopian kind of time period before the dark age of technology happened, like leading up to that would be a very interesting kind of series to do. I would like to see, no one really knows about it. It's all myth, lore, and kind of legend. We just know that humanity was, basically had taken over the stars for, I guess lack of a better term. AI had really helped them push the boundaries of what they were able to accomplish, and basically they were able to just be free to go and explore while AI took care of, everyday necessities. And then also because the AI technology, expanded exponentially, and it was to the point where even the Eldari and the Orcs had peace treaties and non-aggression pacts with humanity because we were so technologically advanced and powerful. So, like, I don't know. To me, it would just be an interesting, in Warhammer 40K universe series to kind of explore that time period to see what humanity was like, and then what led to humanity's downfall with the dark age of technology when that happened, when it seems like chaos eventually corrupted AI and sparked the, war between humanity and AI. That would be pretty interesting.
Long humanity resides upon, isolated and bleeding knowledge and wealth, prey to civil strife and xenos. But upon Terra, the birthplace of our species, hope rises. The Imperium of mankind, deep below the surface of the cradle of mankind, a consciousness awoke. It was new, ignorant, and vulnerable. He felt a voice connect to his mind, as if another being resided in his thoughts. Master, Creator, Father, the Emperor of mankind. A presence, an aura, so earth-shattering, powerful, ancient, cold, but yet caring. Humanity distilled. He was a child. He was human, created inside a gestation capsule by this being, his father. He was speaking to him through telepathic communication, and this child began to learn, evolving his consciousness more each time he conversed with this emperor. But all of this was ripped away from him. The chambers around his capsule began to shake and convulse. Energies poured in from the realm of sentient madness, the mirror dimension, the warp. The capsule was ripped from the ground with violence and hate. Claws scraped and bit into the protective tomb. He was hurled through the warp, taken away from the side of his father. This capsule was spit out back into real space, falling down in fire towards a planet in the Frozari system, Prospero. The child opened his eyes for the first time. He took his first breath, spluttering abiotic fluid from his lungs. A visage of twilight met his eyes. Dark stone and muted light stretched for miles as the heat of the wreckage that was his gestation capsule illuminated his place on top of a mountain. a beacon to the others that resided upon this world. The child began to wonder, his mind filled with confusion and disorientation. Why was he here? How was he here? Where was the man who had spoken into his mind? For days, weeks, the child strode, almost overwhelmed by the volume of information. The vibrant world around him screamed. He was not alone on this world. Finally, he saw them, humans. The child stood before a city of beautiful white marble, pyramids and towers touching the very heavens. The child felt a power here, by a means he did not understand. The human citizens of Tizca found this wandering child. His presence made them want to kneel. Their pulses quickened. Hope, power, and obedience swelled within as they laid eyes upon him. Vibrant crimson skin and hair, and he was swelled with psychic power. He was perfect. This child was taken in, but they did not grant him any title nor name, for he already knew his name, the one his creator had given him, a name that had been created from that commanding voice from before, his last piece of home, Magnus.
Wouldn't it be a little strange though, you know, like seeing the special kid, the special person? I would assume even as a child, right, his skin was red, or did his skin turn red after he started messing with the warp, you know? I would assume that he had red skin, I think, throughout. So like, wouldn't they be like, a little weird?
A man who had been haunted by prescient dreams of doom found the night where a comet of fire had roared down, that those dreams had vanished. A leader of the people of Tizca, an adept of the studies of the warp, Amon. Amon saw this child. He saw how special he was, and he took him in. He became his teacher, a father, and a friend. The boy astounded him. He absorbed information to a speed and understanding he had never seen before. Within a year, this young Magnus had devoured and comprehended everything Amon could teach him. The history of this world, how millennia before, in an age of darkness that nearly destroyed the people of Tizca, the foul Xenos, the Psychnuin, a chitinous warp-spawned creature that had infested the entire world. It brought ruin and death to the people of Prospero, utilizing its disgusting powers of the warp to lay their young inside their victim's mind. A hatching, unleashing madness,
40K mind flayers, okay, like that sounds terrifying.
pain and death. But the people had survived. For those born with psychic abilities, even back then, with their primitive knowledge, learned to harness their power, shielding their minds. It was these survivors that had built the foundations of Tizca, the now home of Magnus. This cornucopia of knowledge and psychic exploration was devoured by the boy from the heavens. These powers had saved the people of Prospero. It was a gift. It was power. It was strength. It was survival. There was never enough of it. More and more, Magnus began to explore, soaking it up with the wonder and vitality only a child could feel. Seeing the impossible be achieved, it was incredible. Venturing outside the marble walls of his home, Magnus began to explore the ruins of this world. Although numerous times he was warned of the danger, even the danger of exploring his powers too much, he was just too curious. He just had to explore. Besides,
I mean, not gonna lie, I would be too, dude. Like, I mean, like I said, I'm the type of person that would want to try to like find what my upper limits are and my extremes and how to push past them. And you know, if I was able to utilize the warp as a psyker, like I would, like I said, I would fall to either Zinch or probably end up getting possessed by a demon. Like, because it would end up happening. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Right, he was Magnus. He was special. He would be fine. Gazing to the cliffs above him, he saw an avian statue of old. It tumbled down to the ground and shattered. An almost insignificant moment in time, until he peered at the broken shards, and then he saw it. The pattern, the precise geometrical shapes. He delved further and deeper with a lens beyond human. The energies of the warp flowing through him. It made him want to weep. The beauty, the logic and structure. It's like a
100%.
fingerprint of
Without
a
a question.
creator, a primordial.
Yeah, 100%. Like the rubric of Aramic stuff. Like, yeah, that'd be me doing all that.
Creator. Magnus felt a deep understanding of the world. It washed over him. He bade Amon and the other Psycho scholars to witness this truth. One by one, their skepticism was taken away, replaced by utter silence, as they began to see it too. How blind had they been? But the moment was shattered. The Psychnuian came eerily floating towards them. They had been ambushed. The still young Magnus, Amon, and 50 scholars were surrounded, set upon by these warp creatures that began to rip and shred the humans to pieces, all the while attacking their psychic mental barriers. Only Magnus, Amon, and 8 others remained. On the verge of being swarmed, Magnus felt a change within him. Dormant power unlocked, surging forth with the primordial understanding he had just witnessed. Torrents of roaring hot fire was unleashed from his hands. Power, like a flood of life, coursed through him.
I just see Magnus doing the Emperor pose here with fire instead of lightning. Unlimited power!
All the way to his fingertips. It felt electric, incredible even. His fellow survivors too unleashed their new understanding into deadly psychic abilities. They boiled the Xenos alive. They read their thoughts and attack patterns. They threw objects with their minds and pulsed protective barriers. With a mountain of Psychnuian viscera under their feet, Magnus, Amon, and the Tizcan scholars had survived. Each mortal man giving birth to a pillar of new prospering cults. The Athenaeans, Corvade, Pavoni, Pyre, and Raptora.
Interesting.
Alone, at the top, the master of all the disciplines stood, the young man who had come from the heavens, a Magus, master of all cults, Magnus the Red. The child, the student, the young man, and now the master, the teacher. Having peered deeper, having understood the fabric of the universe to a level beyond his fellow humans, Magnus became the guide. He became the leader of Tizca, ready to helm and bring this wonderful knowledge to his people, to bring them out of the dark where he had once been, to the truth of enlightenment, because he loved them. The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. If I am guilty of anything, it is the simple pursuit of knowledge. I am its master. I swear it. A core philosophy formed from everything Prospero had taught him. Ignorance had left them vulnerable to Xenos. Knowledge had saved them. Ignorance was the sin that had cost lives. He would do everything in his power to avert the sin. He would learn everything he could, a repository of knowledge so great no threat would ever harm him or his people. He would be its master. He swore to it. Decades of learning, studying, and teaching. Magnus was proud to call this world home, but it was not his true home. He knew in his heart. Once again he heard the voice, the one from his earliest memories. his master, his creator, his father had found him. The Emperor of mankind. It was like standing next to a star, blinding, warming, awe-inspiring. From humanity's home world of terror, an empire had been birthed, expanding outwards across the galaxy. And our
I wonder what really that must be like, like being a Primarch and growing up around essentially normal humans. I guess for Magnus it might be slightly a little bit different because you grew up around people with abilities, like psychers and stuff have. But being a Primarch and essentially just being on another level, like far beyond what humans really are. And, potentially shepherding them, helping them, whatever, in some cases. And then meeting the Emperor, who is even then above you, right? Like you've lived your whole life essentially being at like what you might think is the pinnacle of whatever abilities there might be, etc. And then you see the Emperor and you see there's something even far beyond you. Like I wonder really like what that feeling might be like, And I guess it would be different for each one. Like obviously Angron, with what happened to him and being forced to essentially abandon everyone that he grew up and loved to death, that would be a terrible experience. And obviously it's a good reason why I hated the Emperor. But I don't know. It's just that idea of like growing up your entire life, essentially being the best at everything, being able to do things that no one else is capable of doing, being surrounded by normal humans, and then you see something that, is beyond even what you are capable of or might be able to even understand, like what would that do to you? And like, I would think for someone like Magnus, that would make him want to learn and push himself even further, want to understand more. Because like, that's one of the things that I feel like I could relate with Magnus is like I've said, I very much have like a want to like really understand and learn things. So I feel like, yeah, if I were in his position, it would make me want to really learn from the Emperor more, hone my psychic abilities more, see what, kind of potential there even is out there that's even beyond mine. Essentially having something else to look up to and see where the potential of things could go. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm necessarily really explaining what I'm trying to say very well, but anyway.
After decades, this Imperium finally reached the Prospero system. The child of Prospero never forgot where he came from. He never really lost contact with his father, communicating psychically over the decades as he lived inside Tizca. But this connection was nothing compared to the earth-shattering presence Magnus felt as his eyes dawned upon the master of mankind. Those golden eyes, what had they seen over untold millennia? What knowledge did he hold? What could he teach him? Magnus fell to his knees.
That's what I was saying. Like, what could he teach him? What more could he learn? What things are out there that he has no idea that are capable? Like a whole new universe of things could have just opened up for Magnus, just being introduced to the Emperor and seeing who he is and the kind of potential that he has. Hey, what's up, Howard? What's going on, brother?
In submission to his father, pledging his loyalty to the Emperor and the Imperium of mankind. With childlike wonder, Magnus showed the Emperor Prospero and its crown jewel of Tizca, the city of light, where the people lived in prosperity and happiness.
Hence Prospero.
Even the children laughed and played on the streets, utilizing their psychic gifts. Servers would read your mind, bring you what you truly desired before you had even said it. Enormous white marble pyramids housed the thousands of scholars and researchers, dedicating their lives to the explorations of the mysteries of the universe. Magnus was proud. Terra may have been his home, but Prospero had made him, and in return he had made them into a civilization of envy. However, this moment of joy dissipated as the Emperor presented to Magnus the Thousand Sons Legion, the Adeptus Astartes, superhuman warriors created from the meshing of stimulants and specialized organs grown from Magnus's own DNA. So
Yeah, that would be weird too, right? I hadn't really thought about that before, but like imagine you've been like disconnected from the Emperor and the Imperium, and you've grown up on some remote planet with, you know, humanity, and you've gone through your whole life doing whatever it is that you're doing, and then all of a sudden the Emperor shows up and he's like, hey, by the way, you see all these dudes behind me, these genetically modified warriors? I took your DNA and basically spliced it with them. They're basically like your sons, by the way, that you never knew you had. So, yeah, welcome to the responsibility of leading them and teaching them. And now you're going to go out into the universe and you're going to fight and conquer in my name. Thanks. You know, goodbye. I mean, it's like, that's a big, that really would be like a huge responsibility. And it's like, I'm sure a lot of them wouldn't even be necessarily really prepared for it. It makes me wonder, out of all of them, because of Magnus's psychic abilities, you know, it hasn't been mentioned here in this video, but maybe Magnus, through some of his abilities, I would assume, might be able to have, like, you know, dreams of the future or visions of the future, where maybe he could have seen glimpses of these things that made a, you know, maybe that would have prepared him more or something, you know? I feel like Magnus, out of all of them, might have been potentially the most prepared for a situation like this. But it's like, yeah, you know, he grew up on this planet. Other than those warp bugs, it seems like he grew up on a relatively peaceful planet that's dedicated to just learning and research. And that's all he's really done his whole life, has just been a scholar, wanting to uncover the secrets of the universe. And now he has this legion of these genetically modified superhuman soldiers that he has to lead to go out and conquer the universe, you know?
sons to Magnus, just as he was a son of the Emperor. Faster, stronger, and more durable than the mortal man. A legion of warriors created for the greatest war in humanity's history, the Great Crusade. The reunification of the lost colonies of mankind across the stars. The age of strife was over, and once again humanity would be united under one banner, one singular vision at its heart, the Imperium and the Emperor of mankind. But something was wrong. What should have been thousands of warriors barely numbered 1,000 men. Before Magnus, the last living members of his legion stood, holding a dark curse within, the flesh change. For decades, the sons of Magnus, recruited from the people of Terra, had fought with distinction and glory, conquering Terra and venturing to the stars with the launch of the Great Crusade. But after decades of war, the Legion saw the first signs of a poison underneath. Legionaries began to feel ill. Pain, needle sharp, spiked from every cell in their body. Their form would start to convulse and grow. Cancers and swelling consumed them in the tombs of their armor. Every part of them wanting to burst forth with unbridled change.
You know, you think the Emperor would see this and be like, maybe I should go back to the genetic drawing board here and try to start over, maybe correct some of these issues. I don't know.
Leaving the victim a mewling, groaning mess, only fit for the mercy of a quick death. They began to drop like flies, whistling down to the survivors that—
'Cause I mean, right, like, he already saw some of the degradation that happened with the Thunder Warriors, and we know what he had to do to deal with them because of their issues. So, I mean, if he's already seen it, I mean, again, it could just be a situation where it's like, he's at a time they've got to go out and do this. So he just can't, he just has to let it happen. Right. And at least the Astartes aren't quite as powerful or potent as the Thunder Warriors were, so they might not be as big of a threat. And he's got other Astartes legions that are more stable that could deal with them if the time came where they needed to be dealt with, you know? So I guess it could just be a situation where it's like, I have to let this go so I can deal with more important things like the webway stuff. But yeah, I don't know.
Earned their namesake. Less than 1,000 Astartes, the 1,000 Suns. Magnus stood before them, their enormous Primarch, with crimson skin, and felt nothing but shame. Magnus immediately began his work, delving into every scripture, every tome, and scrap of knowledge the Imperium and the vaults of Tisca had to offer. He was going to save them. Perhaps he felt it was his fault. The curse was in their blood. His blood. Perhaps it was his flaw. The very thought filling him with dread. But if his life on Prospero had taught him one thing, knowledge was...
That is also interesting too, right? Now it's like all of a sudden you've been thrust with this burden of, you know, these are humans that have been made in your image and they're flawed. So maybe there's a flaw in you that you need to correct. And so now you have this burden of dealing with that, you know? Is there, like, even just like self-reflection is like, is there a problem with me that's causing this? You know? And what needs to be done to correct that? Is there something that's wrong inherently in my blood, in my DNA that has cursed them? Is there a curse with me? You know, like that would also then be a whole other, you know, side of mental baggage that the Emperor just dumped on you that you got to deal with now.
Save them. He separated his soul from his body, swimming the tides of the great ocean like a blazing comet, delving into every corner and crevice of that sentient realm for any scrap of knowledge he could use. With time ticking down for his sons, he returned to them. Many locked away in stasis, such as Azek Ahriman, awoke to find a legion restored. His body was stable. The unbridled pain and change was gone. He looked up to find his lord, one eye missing, sacrificed for the knowledge to save his sons. The legion was elated. Their father had saved them, but some were not saved, such as Osmund Ahriman, twin of Azek, and the psychological trauma would never fade. But once again the 15th Legion could serve the Imperium. Knowledge had saved his sons. Magnus once again vindicated, and reaffirmed by the use and exploration of the primordial creator, the power of the warp.
And there's always a price to pay for it, though.
With his legion saved, the Primarch accompanied his father back to Terra as the legion began rebuilding, drawing new recruits from the world of Prospero itself, many itching for the opportunity to serve their lord. Once again, Magnus was upon the place of his birth, Terra, the bustling metropolis, now the heart of a galaxy-spanning empire. The Emperor took Magnus under his wing, gifting him knowledge and teaching him things beyond even his imagination. For the first time in his life, Magnus was no longer the smartest or most powerful in the room. In the great towers of the Imperial Palace, Magnus and the Emperor spent many nights in discussion and debate. They untethered their souls, father and son, even flying the great ocean and the warp together. He even spent time under tutelage of Malkador, the Emperor's own right hand. Upon Terra, Magnus was...
That must be like a great feeling too for Magnus, right? Like going to Terra and then finding other people that have more knowledge and capabilities than you that you can actually learn from again. Like that must be a great and excited feeling to be able to like learn more and explore new things in new ways and have someone who can join you on your journeys of, you know, going through the warp.
At the heart of the Imperium, a Primarch to a legion, battling in the Great Crusade. But he was not alone. There were others upon this world that matched his stature and power. Other Primarchs, his brothers. Titans, superhumans far beyond the mortal and even Astartes. Scattered like him across the galaxy and slowly reunited with their father as the boundaries of the Great Crusade had expanded. 20 brothers, each of them raised on different worlds, taught by different masters, and schooled in different creeds. Magnus heard their tales, the meeting between their fathers and sons, now becoming myth and rumor amongst a growing Imperium. But Magnus found that he alone could recall the time on Terra before their scattering. He enjoyed the fact that he was not alone in the universe, and more were being found. Upon his time on Terra, he met many of his brothers, finding kinship with some, such as Perturabo of the Iron Warriors Legion, bonding over their love of history and scholarship, delving into ruins upon Terra in search of lost texts. Others he respected, such as Sanguinius, Ferrus Manus, and Vulcan. And there were some
We got Frostmourne here. One of the Primarchs has Frostmourne. What's happening?
who immediately took a disliking to the Lord of Prospero, Leman Russ of the Space Wolves, seeing the robed, armored scholar and his use of psychic powers as cowardly. The time for Magnus on Terra and the years he spent there finally dawned. A deep sorrow came over him, as he had no wish to be again separated from his father. One last time, they sailed the great ocean, soaring above Terra in the clouds, knowing that it would be decades until they would meet again. The Great Crusade. Humanity demanded Magnus's attention. He had learned so much. He felt a sting of pity from his father, to be burdened with so much knowledge. But this would be Magnus's task, the enlightenment of the Imperium, dragging out those corners of humanity left in the dark, blind, ignorant. But before Magnus departed, the Emperor told his son to be cautious of the warp, cautious of the idea that he could do no wrong, that with all the knowledge and power he possessed, he was not faultless. He was.
Well, I think he's already, like, maybe I'm wrong here, but I think him finding the cure, quote unquote cure, by sacrificing his eye, he had already met Tzeentch at that point, right? Am I mistaken? Wasn't that what he did? Didn't he essentially, like, already communicate to Tzeentch and sacrifice his eye for the knowledge to cure his legion? Maybe I'm incorrect. If I am, let me know. But I thought that's what essentially happened. So he's already, if that is the case, technically corrupted, I guess. I don't know.
Was human. Always question. Always be open to different ways of thinking. That his immortality was achieved through his legacy, his sons. The Lord of Prospero, on his long journey, finally returned to Tizca. Assembled before a legion of his sons, they together began the painstaking work of rebuilding and remolding the 15th Legion. With Terran and Prosperine united, the disciplines of the various Prosperine cults were shared with Magnus's psychically gifted sons. Gone was the old livery, new, vibrant crimson donned the 15th Legion's armor, in honor of their lord and savior, a Crimson Legion for a Crimson King, finally rebuilt over decades, with their ranks swelled, warriors educated by Magnus himself. The 1,000 Sons left Prospero and rejoined the Great Crusade.
Here we go. Start of the Great Crusade.
The curse of assumed knowledge is a challenge all enlightened individuals face. We must remember that we once walked in their shoes and were blind to the truths of the universe. The wider our views of the universe becomes, the more our beliefs must come to us second-hand. Our reliance on higher authorities forms almost every aspect of our worldview.
I am well aware of that, Atharva. Sadly, not everyone will survive to reach orbit in safety. We've already seen civil disobedience, riots, and people who simply don't want to leave.
There's no way anyone can organize the mass evacuation of an entire planet without loss of life. Why would anyone not want to leave a doomed world?
Hathor Mart and others have reported instances of the populace refusing to relocate in the face of certain death. But I agree. It is vexing why arguments of sound logic and reason should be ignored.
The Imperium is better off without such fools,
said Phosis Dakar.
Why should we waste time and energy trying to help those who will not help themselves?
Perturabo leaned over the plotting table, and Phosis Dakar recoiled from the flint in his gaze. When the Primarch spoke, it was with measured tones of a disappointed teacher.
For the same reason I would not allow a child to pick flowers on the edge of a cliff, no matter how bright the blooms. For the same reason I would not let you wander the minefields before this fortress without a 4th Legion map and the training to interpret it. We must put aside such childish ignorance and do what is right. Now, do you understand why we must help as many of Morningstar's people as we can?
Yes, Lord Perturabo. I am in your debt for correcting my erroneous thinking.
Phosis Dakar was a seasoned scholar, but rarely did he ever admit to being in need of instruction. Even now, in the face of a Primarch's rebuke, his aura betrayed a measure of insolence. Magnus grinned and said,
Phosis Dakar is at his best when dealing with absolutes. True and false, right and wrong.
Only Siths deal in absolutes anyway.
He excels at unlocking the structures of empirical formulae, but he will never be a moral philosopher or grand debater.
Perhaps not, and he's not the first to
He's no master debater.
express such sentiments. But I'll not have it said we left innocents to die when we could have done something to save them. You and I need to work together, brother. I need every one of your warriors tasked to this world's evacuation, not chasing relics and digging in the dust.
One squad diverted to the preservation of knowledge will not affect your timetable. The secrets this world might hold are too precious to be so easily squandered.
You really believe there is some ancient knowledge buried in Zarukan that will explain why Morningstar survived Old Night unscathed?
I am certain of it.
If anyone else, I would say such certainty was arrogant.
sighed Perturabo, letting the data on the plotter table disperse like smoke.
When have I ever been wrong about such things?
Never,
admitted Perturabo, stepping towards the sheet-covered workbenches at the perimeter of the mezzanine.
But there is a first time for everything, and I
Not
need
wrong.
all your warriors on board. But here I want to show you something.
The Primarch pulled back a white sheet to reveal the haphazard arrangement of half-finished projects, contraptions of mysterious purpose, and beautiful arrangements of gears and motors,
This is my workshop.
It is just as I expected.
said Magnus, delightedly moving from bench to bench to examine the pieces lying around the edges of the workshop. He lifted a sheet of wax paper, laid beside a partially completed model of a grand amphitheatre.
The Thaliacron. You've begun work on it?
Not yet. Soon, when the crusade is done and we have heroic tales aplenty to fill it with song, then I'll build it.
Oh, sweet summer child, when the crusade is done. Sweet, sweet summer child.
On the mountain across from Father's palace.
I will be there to see it unveiled.
Promised Magnus, and his enthusiasm for his brother's work was genuine and contagious. He and Perturabo spoke as brothers, who had shared every memory from birth to this moment, yet they had known each other only a few short years. Magnus had once spoken of how he and Perturabo had spent time together on Terra, recovering the relics of a long-dead polymath, and unearthing arcana from the forgotten places of old Earth. Arthur had thrilled to hear such tales, relishing every opportunity to learn more of his gene sire. The obvious love between these godlike warriors filled the workspace with a swelling feeling of confraternity, a bond of brotherhood that could never be broken.
This will be of interest to you, brother,
said Perturabo, holding out a complex arrangement of curved metal, winding mechanisms and adjustable lenses.
I made a replica of the Antikythera just like you asked.
To see so delicate a mechanism in Perturabo's
Interesting.
hand seemed incongruous, as most apparatus bearing the stamp of the Iron Warriors that Arvida had seen, save for those within this chamber, had been brutally functional.
Does it work?
I am not entirely sure. You never fully explained its intended purpose or how exactly it was designed to function.
You've built it. What do you think it does?
I believe it to be some form of navigational instrument.
Said Perturabo, lifting the device to look through one of its eyepieces.
It has the look of a sextant once used by seafarers, but with infinitely more dimensions to its operation. What manner of ocean would you be navigating to require such a device?
The Great Ocean. It allows even those without our gifts to perceive the realm beyond.
Perturabo nodded and set down the Antikythera.
I suspected as much.
He said with a sigh, turning to lift something heavy from another part of his workbench.
You remember what our father told us in the Hall of Leng, when he spoke of the warp and the danger of looking too deeply into its heart?
I do. But this has nothing to do with that.
It has everything to do with that, as well you know. But we will speak of this later.
Perturabo's arm swung around, and he smashed the delicate mechanisms of the Antikythera with a heavy hammer. The metal of the device buckled and split, the precision ground lenses shattering into 1,000
That's kind of interesting how they took the Antikythera device and in the context of Warhammer said, you know, basically that this was created by humans to allow them to navigate, but also use elements of the warp so that even, you know, in ancient, for them would be like ancient Earth, you know, like humanity was still was already, you know, toying with the warp and having the influence of chaos in them. That's kind of fascinating. Also kind of sucks that he breaks it here, but I mean, it is what it is.
fragments.
Brother, no!
Cried Magnus, as the pieces fell to the floor.
Why?
Perturabo replaced the hammer on his workbench and said,
Because I will play no part in aiding you in delving into things you have been told to leave well alone. Our father knows more than us. He has seen further than us. If he tells us there are regions of the warp into which even he does not dare look, then we are beholden to accept that.
Magnus
See? Smart. Those are smart words, dude. If even the Emperor, who is, you know, potentially unfathomably beyond you, is not willing to go and do certain things, that should give you pause as to not do those certain things. But, you know, every kid goes through a rebellious phase, you know, so I guess maybe that was just Magnus's rebellious phase.
stared at the ruined device in disbelief. Such a piece was the work of a master, a treasure that ought to have been held up as the epitome of the craftsman's art. Arthur saw Magnus's aura darken like blood in water.
Knowing what you suspected, you could have destroyed the Antikythera at any time after its completion.
Said Magnus, with cold and controlled anger.
But you waited until I was here to see you do it. Why?
Because
Prove a
you
point.
needed to see it destroyed to truly understand.
Magnus let out a breath.
You have a cruel streak in you, brother.
Perhaps. But sometimes cruelty is the only way to make a point so clearly that nobody can ever mistake its intent.
Not wrong.
The Great Crusade. Millions of Astartes.
That was a very fascinating interaction between the two of them. It definitely seems like they're very close, but Perturabo seems like he's got, I guess, the right idea of things. He's trying to keep Magnus from straying too far off the path of enlightenment, I guess. I don't know if that's like the proper way to say it, but trying to keep him from, taking things too far and diving too deep, into things that he shouldn't.
These billions of mortal men and women, accompanied by contingents from the Mechanicum of Mars, had bled out across the galaxy for over a century. What began on Terra was now an empire that encompassed billions upon billions of humans across the stars, painstakingly rebuilt under the tutelage of Magnus. The Thousand Sons Legion enacted imperial compliance across the galaxy, horrifying Xenos, and non-compliant colonies of mankind fell under their iron fist. Men and women were turned to see enormous men, armoured in vibrant crimson, wielding incredible power. Athenians, Corvate, Pavoni, Pyre, and Raptora. Enemy battle plans were read from their minds, or divined before they had even made them. Marines wielded fire and lightning in their hands. Whole contingents were telekinetically maneuvered across the battlefield, led by the Crimson Primarch, who seemed to remake matter with a thought. It was an army of thousands, worth the strength of millions, a statement to the Prosperine cults and teachings of Magnus. But war was not the only thing wielded in the hands of the Thousand Sons Legion. Wherever they strode, no matter who they brought into imperial compliance, with peace or war, it was knowledge, the 15th sword. Hidden tomes, lost libraries, human and Xenos alike, all knowledge that could be claimed from across the universe was collected, saved by Magnus and his sons. The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. And how could Magnus destroy knowledge? Knowledge had delivered him from ignorance into enlightenment. The curse of assumed knowledge, the challenge that all enlightened individuals must face. We must remember that we once walked in their shoes, and were blind to the truths of the universe. Knowledge had saved him, and his people from the Psychonuan. It had saved his legion. It was the key to a future, a golden age for humanity, where all of mankind had mastery over the power of the primordial creator, the warp. Most of the galaxy was blind to his truths, and Magnus pitied them. Like precious gems, the sacred information was saved, taken back to Tizca, and stored within the great glorious white marble pyramid libraries. The city of light and enlightenment, a legacy for humanity to inherit, as Magnus and the Thousand Sons would one day finish the Great Crusade. Decades into the war across the stars, Magnus and the Thousand Sons expedition received a call for aid, hailed by the 4th Legion, the Iron Warriors. The world of Morningstar, a lost human colony brought into Imperial compliance only recently, was breaking apart, collapsing in upon itself. The evacuation of the civilian population, a feat of such titanic proportions, that even with the brilliant mind of the Lord of the Fourth, the Primarch Perturabo, still not all the people could be saved. Inside,
I mean, yeah, what could you really do in that event, right? If the planet is literally collapsing in upon itself, like, there's only so much you can do in a certain amount of time. I mean, unless you got technology where you could, like, stop time locally or whatever in, like, a certain radius and, like, pause the planet from doing that and then get everyone out and then, like, set it back to normal. I don't know. That would be kind of crazy, though.
the command room once again, Magnus and Perturabo met, both elated to be in the company of a brother once again. The architect and the scholar, one vermilion red, the image of vibrancy, life, and wisdom. The other immutable iron, strong and brutal. It was like participating in a living mythologized moment, a privilege to witness two demigods conversing, both of their sons in awe, that two Primarchs stood before them. Imagine what these two would achieve together. The Lord of Iron questioned his brother, asking why he had diverted resources to scouring the world for knowledge, with the task of evacuation still at hand. Magnus told his brother that he had read the records of this world, and locked within this planet was a truth as to why Morningstar had survived Old Night unscathed, that scarring age of horror that all of mankind knew. Think of the good that could be achieved with that information. Besides, Magnus told his brother, when had he ever been wrong about such things? A sentiment the Lord of Prospero utterly believed, even if he did acknowledge the hubris and pride of it. But something more had brought Magnus to his brother, the Antikythera, a replica of a tool designed to navigate the great ocean, the warp. Elation filled Magnus, himself brimming with excitement and potential for what he could do, what he could achieve with it. But his joy was snatched away as the Lord of Iron smashed it into pieces. Shock gripped Magnus, and then the briefest spark of hate. Why? How dare he destroy it? How could he deny his opportunity to gain knowledge? The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance. And this act felt nothing but evil to him. Our
Definitely sounds like a very Zinch statement. The only good is knowledge, and the only evil is ignorance.
Father knows more than us, Perturabo told him. He has seen further than us. If he tells us there are reasons of the warp, into which even he does not dare look, then we are beholden to accept that. Magnus had been forbidden, warned of delving too far into dark places in the warp. He knew of this, but yet it still felt evil. Ignorance, the sin. Knowledge wasn't evil. He believed in his heart he was strong enough to handle its power, but he dared not say that to his brother. Releasing his anger from his body, Magnus moved on from his
Hubris, the pride of that. You know, I mean, again, if the Emperor can't do it, or doesn't want to do it, that should give you caution.
brother's cruelty. The world of Morningstar required his attention, but the sting of resentment wouldn't fade. The evacuation outside began to escalate. Millions of people were ferried in overloaded ships as their home consumed itself. With the very world cracking, the Iron Warriors and Thousand Suns were spread thin, risking their lives to bring their people into the last bastions of safety.
I wonder what started that too, because it's not like planets, I mean, as far as I know, planets don't just like start collapsing in amongst themselves. I mean, I guess potentially, right? Like something could have happened to the core of the planet, could have, you know, destabilized and started that, but you would think that would be some kind of outside influence that would have done that. You would have think there would have been signs, you know, if it was a natural thing, there would have been signs over time, and they would have already like been evacuating the planet. It would have been like, hey, you know, in X amount of time, this planet's gonna collapse upon itself. We should probably GTFO.
News roared across the planet, people begging for aid. A call answered personally from Magnus as he personally rode out to help them. Landing down upon the surface, accompanied by his sons, Magnus found a city in ruins, the very earth beneath them upturning and breaking, lava, ash and smoke everywhere. Magnus psychically shielded his sons, the wash of sorrow and heartbreak of the people hitting him like a wave. He absorbed it all as tears rolled down his cheek from his one eye. Despite his power, knowledge and strength, he was human, and it broke him to see, to feel intimately people suffer like this. Magnus and his sons rushed forward. Save them, he ordered. Psychic power welled up from within as they all spread out, all of them breathing forth the arts of Prospero and rescuing the civilians. Magnus found the planetary governor wounded and on the verge of death. He utilized his abilities to save him, but soon found himself in danger. A shell from a tank burst into the Primarch's chest. Magnus felt true pain for the first time in his life. Not a careful experimental wound or sparring cut. True pain. It shocked him. It humbled him, sending a psychic pulse to all his sons. Hail, Shaitan! Screamed raw from the throats of an army of zealots. Traitors. A doomsday cult who had burst out around the planet, slaughtering the innocent civilians indiscriminately. All.
Well, I think that's the explanation there, right? That cult probably started this whole situation with the planet collapsing.
In the name of their prophesied great dying. Magnus burned and split them apart, buying time for his accelerated healing to seal his first true wound. He looked to the sky in horror as an Imperial ship, the Lex Ferram, began to fall, sabotaged by these vile cultists, doomed to crush the last city, ending the lives of millions of people. He would not let this happen. Roaring across the sky, in a damaged Thunderhawk, the Lord of Prospero gathered a cabal of his sons to the city. The sky above, steel and fire, their deaths almost certain. Magnus and the 1,000 Sons gathered together as the Primarch of the 15th unleashed everything he had. Light burst from him, as if a man had become a supernova, and all of Magnus's psychic energy released from him. The Lord of Iron and millions of Imperials stood in shock, bearing witness to a miracle as the burning, falling ruin of the Lex Ferram came to a halt. Magnus just saved millions, but at the cost of 24 of his sons, consumed and turned to dust in their armor. The guilt stung him, with not an ounce of strength left, his skin grey. Magnus collapsed, only to be caught by a brother, the Lord of Iron, carrying his very brave brother. Recovering from his wounds, the Lord of Iron praised Magnus. All of them had borne witness to what psychic powers could do. They saw what Magnus believed. He came a heartbeat from death. The Great Crusade would have been robbed of one of his brightest sons. More importantly, I would have lost a dear brother. There are none among our kin I regard as highly as you, so promise me you won't risk your life like that again. The kind words of Perturabo. Morningstar had almost killed him twice, but Magnus had not given up. Something hidden upon this world, this Shaitan, bore the truth behind this cult and the breaking of the planet. He would uncover it.
I mean, that's a pretty Giga Chad move, man, you know? Being able to essentially stop an Imperial flagship, it sounds like, from crashing into the city and saving millions of people. I mean, it sucks that, you know, 24 of his Astartes paid the price for that. But when it comes down to that kind of scale, it's a numbers game. 24 Astartes for millions of people. And you're there to save people. Like, I think those Astartes would have gladly given their lives to do so because that's what they were there to do.
Once again, Magnus made his way towards the surface of this breaking world.
And I feel like he also, at this point, right, is so dedicated to finding out whatever the secret is to justify those losses now. I feel like in his mind, it's probably one of those situations where it's like, I have to find this so that their deaths have meaning.
Now a legend, with a deed that was spread across the Imperium, a heroic act of a Crimson King.
Council of Nike, yeah, okay. Council of Nike.
If this is my fate, then I regret nothing. Better to have bathed in the light than cower in darkness. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat.
Okay,
Magnus lay upon a cold steel table, his thoughts drifting, memories of his father flooding in. contemplating on his choices, how his insatiable need for knowledge, for answers, now put him on the verge of death. Finding buried deep within the cracking earth of Morningstar, Magnus, Azek Ahriman, Fosis Kar, and a detachment of his 1,000 sons opened the Ceramite doors to an ancient Terran colonization ship, the secret the world had been hiding. Immediately, Magnus felt an aura of dread. Nausea swept over him as they delved deeper. Voices began to speak in their heads. Ahriman begged his lord to leave, but Magnus refused. They had to know. A figure stepped out amongst the shadows of this strange, streamlined place. A legionary, silhouetted in a sick, rippling undersea glow. A possessed 1,000 son, screaming, "No one leaves Shaitan." A creature, a psychic apparition flew at Magnus, throttling him and slamming him into a crude surgical table, separating him from his sons. It poured its horrifying truths into his mind. Shaitan, an entity formed from the cruelty of humanity in the age of strife. The psychic echo of the tortured souls of this colony ship.
Interesting.
Thousands of innocent people who had been murdered and stripped of their connection to the primordial creator by their own people, millennia before. They had been afraid of that power in this age of darkness and rampant warp catastrophe. Magnus wept. He felt their suffering beyond anything he thought possible. The horror. They had taken something beautiful from them and killed it. And it was that suffering, those wounded minds that had screamed in rage and vengeance in his face, coalescing into this entity Shaitan. And it would make him feel that pain too. It would take away what Magnus valued most, more than anything, his connection to the warp. If this is my fate, then I regret nothing. Better to have bathed in the light than cower in darkness. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat. Was it curiosity or entitlement that had brought him here? He had needed to know, always, even if it cost him his own life, because ignorance was worse. Magnus looked deeper into Shaitan, speaking to a consciousness that was beyond his. "Old Knight," he whispered, "the evolution of humanity, the emergence of more psychers, had been too sudden, unguided. Insanity and bloodshed had rippled across humanity in the stars, millennia ago. That was why the colonists of Morningstar had done this. They had tortured and broken all these people to save themselves. And when you love something with every fragment of your soul, you will sacrifice anything to save it. A people saving their world, like a father would save his sons." Ahriman burst into the chamber, attacking the creature and giving Magnus an opening to bind the creature into his grimoire. A tug of war that drew upon every ounce of Magnus's power, leaving him exhausted. The Crimson King returned to the side of his brother. They looked down upon the world that was breaking, the mystery unearthed, the culprit Shaitan, using the colony ship that was its tomb to break the crust of the world like an egg. One last vengeance of the tortured minds.
So, yeah, the original people that came to this colony were sacrificing psychers to protect themselves because of the warp turbulence that was going on at the time when the long night happened, etc. So, and this is like the psychic remnant of all of those who'd been sacrificed into kind of like one consciousness, taking its revenge on the people of the planet by destroying it now.
Magnus took one last look at the ships carrying the refugees, the millions of people, and then he ordered its destruction. The doomsday cult of Shaitan, that poison, could not be allowed to be free amongst the Imperium. How many more worlds would die if even one of them lived? Perturabo questioned his brother, commenting on this unusual cruelty, but this was not cruel. It was necessary. The ships and the people of Morningstar burned. All became dust. Scientia protestas est. Knowledge is power. What Magnus had known burned an entire world. Knowledge was also responsibility for those brave enough to wield it. Though the scars remained, Magnus and the Thousand Suns continued upon the Great Crusade, traversing the stars and bringing more worlds into Imperial compliance, and collecting more knowledge that filled the pyramids of Tizca. But his way of war was not appreciated by all, especially many of his brothers. Leman Russ of the Space Wolves was often a critical voice of Magnus and his legion's conduct. Even his vile brother such as Conrad Kurz cared nothing for the Crimson King's worldview. Many times, Magnus had risked open war to defend libraries, even in the midst of conquest, even from his brothers. After nearly 2 centuries of war.
I mean, yeah, it definitely sounds like his thirst for knowledge and want to save knowledge has put him in a lot of and his brothers, you know, and their legions in situations that could cost them greatly just to save knowledge, essentially. Putting value of knowledge over the lives of others is starting to backfire on him.
The Imperium spanning across enormous swaths of the galaxy, with billions upon billions of people, all united under one banner, Magnus, and the 15th descended to the surface of the world, coined Agru. Mountains and arid deserts dominated the planet, the temperature searing, even for the superhuman genetics of the Astartes. But something was wrong on the seemingly insignificant planet. The tides of the war, the primordial creator that flowed across the galaxy, howled furiously upon this place. It made the 15th Legion feel wrong. It assaulted them in their mind and body, forcing them into the higher levels of the enumerations, psychic mental paths created by Magnus, each level an escalation in mental solitude and concentration. Ahriman, Aemon, Phocis Dakar, Hathor Mat, Uthizar, and Sobek were all unnerved. Their lord, their Crimson King, had descended into the local human tribe's sacred valley alone. Somehow the people of this world had survived, free of mutation or rampant untamed psychic potential, even here in this place of violent tides.
That's interesting, right? The warp is extremely strong there, yet somehow the native humans living there seem to not be affected or mutated in certain ways, which obviously would be very useful knowledge for Magnus and the issues that are going on with his legion's mutations. So I'm sure that would definitely spark his want to learn what's going on here.
Knowledge Magnus had to discover.
Yeah.
The secrets here had taken them to the top of Agru's highest peak. But before the journey could begin, Magnus and his sons were interrupted. Descending from the sky, a contingent of space wolves unceremonially strode up to the Crimson King, demanding he answer the call of Leman Russ that had so far been ignored. Their arrogance and the sheer audacity to speak to their lord in such a way rippled anger across the Thousand Suns. But the wolves were quickly cowed with a simple burst of Magnus's power, earning a sign of submission. A compromise was reached, and the Thousand Suns and Space Wolves ascended the mountain together. Then Russ's call would be answered. The journey was long, scorching hot, for all except the wolves of Fenris. Still draped in furs and cloaks, they seemed almost unaffected by the heat. to the astonishment of the Thousand Sons. Magnus encouraged his sons, such as Ahriman, to converse and bond with their fellow Astartes, such as Othir Weirdmake of the Space Wolves. The animosity of the two legions, legendary across the Great Crusade, but Magnus believed that it was hate born from ignorance. Even they could be shown enlightenment. Magnus and his sons approached the precipice of the mountain, but they found themselves ambushed. The ground quaked, the air vibrated, everything was on edge, as the adrenaline of battle coursed through Magnus and all the Astartes. Ancient Xenos constructs, once thought dormant, burst from the mountain, and the battle begun. Everything the Thousand Sons launched at the constructs was repelled. Their frustration grew, all of them unable to unleash their full psychic potential due to the unsteady warp tides and the judgmental eyes of the Space Wolves.
So the wolves' battle prowess is probably what's going to save them here, like their martial abilities, being that the psychic abilities of the Thousand Sons have been hampered by the warp here.
Hundreds of Astartes fell in atomizing blasts, until Magnus, alone, with his feather cloak spread like eagle wings, began to swell with power. His limbs ran electric with light. Blue fire ushered forth from the glowing godlike Primarch, felling one of the Xenos constructs. No one attacked his sons, but the exertion of power cost Magnus dearly. He sank to the floor, his scarlet skin now pale, but it was not over. The wounded thing was not done, and launched a beam directly at the vulnerable Primarch. The Thousand Sons screamed. Ahriman and Uthazar crumbled to their knees. A legion overcome with soul-wrenching grief collected themselves and charged without restraint. With their throats raw from screaming vitriol and hate, they mopped up the rest of this Xenos filth. They turned to see amongst fire and smoke Phosys Takar on the edge of death. In front of him, a kind shield, and kneeling down behind him was their lord. Magnus lived. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat. Again, Magnus had put himself in harm's way, all for the mystery atop Agru's mountain peak. The 15th felt a relief like nothing they had ever felt before, but yet again the wounded Magnus wanted to continue. At the summit, Magnus, the Thousand Sons survivors, and the wolves peered down into the crater. An aura of dread, so strong even Magnus wavered in its presence, oozed from a dark core. It was pure hate, a monster
Very much
sealed in a
so.
time and a war almost lost to the universe. The Thousand Sons approached, but dark tendrils rushed forth and swallowed their crimson king. In a dreamscape nightmare, a kaleidoscope of color and emotion, a disgusting serpent beast crawled forth, speaking to Magnus, torn.
Interesting, a serpent beast of the warp. You know, wonder if this is starting to have some like biblical tie-ins here.
Him. It was nothing to Magnus. He had flown the great ocean even before his tutelage by his father. He saw through its lies. He saw the arcanic gate that it guarded and it bled from. More jabs came. It spoke of Magnus's pride, how he had already sipped from a poisoned chalice. It knew his secrets, but Magnus spat back that he had bested powers greater than it before. He had delved into the depths of the warp. He was its master. Arrogance.
Are you?
The last word on the serpent's lips, as Magnus throttled the life from it. The darkness scattered, as the shining, blazing Magnus descended amongst his sons, who looked on in awe. Victory and knowledge of the gate was his, but the judging eyes of the wolves stared at the Crimson Lord. They, and many others in the Imperium, had also looked upon him in scorn, And after 2 centuries of war, after seeing the consequences of Magnus's
He might be able to.
choices, a question had formed in the Imperium. A question about the future of psychic powers.
There is an ancient legend of old Earth that speaks of 3 men of Aegina who lived in a cave deep in the mountains,
Said Magnus, with the warmth of a natural storyteller. Though he had heard this story before, Ahriman found himself captivated by Magnus's voice, the natural charisma that loaded every commanding word.
These men lived shut off from the light of the world, and they would have lived in permanent darkness but for a small fire that burned in a circle of stones at the heart of the cave. They ate lichen that grew on the walls and drank cold water from an underground stream. They lived, but what they had was not living. Day after day, they sat around the fire, staring into the flickering embers and dancing flames, believing that its light was all the light in the world. The shadows made shapes and patterns on the walls, and this delighted them greatly. In their own way, they were happy, moving from day to day without ever wondering what lay beyond their flickering circle of light.
Magnus paused in his recital, allowing the audience to imagine the scene and picture the dancing shadows on the cave's walls.
But one day, a mighty storm blew over the mountains. But so deep were the men that only the merest breath of it reached their cave. The fire danced in the wind, and the men laughed to see new patterns on the wall. The wind died, and they went back to contemplating the fire, much as they had always done. But one of the men got up and walked away from the fire, which surprised the other men greatly, and they bade him return to sit with them. This lone man shook his head, for he alone had a thirst to learn more of the wind. He followed it as it retreated from the cave, climbing steep cliffs, crossing chasms, and negotiating many perils, before he finally saw a faint haze of light ahead of him. He climbed out of the cave, emerging onto the side of the mountain, and looked up at the blazing sun. Its light blinded him, and he fell to his knees, overcome by its beauty and warmth. He feared he had burnt out his eyes, but in a little while his vision returned, and he hesitantly looked around him. He had come out of the cave high on the mountain's flank, and the world was spread out before him in all its glory. Glittering green seas and endless fields of golden corn. He wept to see such things, distraught that he had wasted so many years in darkness, oblivious to the glory of the world around him, a world that had been there all along, but which his limited vision had denied him.
The Primarch stopped, looking up to the stars, and his rapt audience followed his gaze, as though picturing the blazing sun of his story.
Can you imagine what it felt like?
Asked Magnus, his voice racked with emotion.
To have spent your entire life staring at a small fire and thinking it was the only light in the world, only to be then confronted by the sun. The man knew he had to tell his friends.
That would be quite the perspective change on life, thinking that they have this little fire in this cave is all that really exists, and then you exit and you actually see the world for what it is and the light of the sun. And yeah, I mean, yeah, just thinking then of all the time that you wasted not being out in the world.
Of this miraculous discovery. And he made the journey back to the cave where the other men sat, still staring into the fire and smiling vacuously at the shadows on the wall. The man who had seen the sun looked at the place he had called home and saw it for the prison it truly was. He told the others what he had seen, but they were not interested in far-fetched tales of a burning eye in the sky. All they wanted to do was live their lives as they had always lived them. They called him mad and laughed at him, continuing to stare at the fire as it was the only reality they knew.
Ahriman had first heard this story as a philosophus in the Corvée Temple, when Magnus had mentored him prior to facing Dominus Liminis. He heard the same note of bitterness in the Primarch's voice that he had heard then, a precisely modulated pitch that conveyed the proper measure of anguish and frustration at the blindness of the men in the cave.
How could anyone turn away from such light once they knew of its existence? The man could not understand his friend's reluctance to travel to the world above. But he resolved that he would not take their refusal to come with him as an end to the matter. He would show them the light, no matter what. And if they would not come to the light, then he would bring it to them. So, the man climbed back to the world of light and began to dig. He dug until he had widened the cave mouth. He dug for 100 years, and then 100 more, until he had dug away the top of the mountain. Then he dug downwards, a great pit in the heart of the mountain, until he broke through into the cave where his fellows sat around the fire.
Magnus fell silent, his words trailing off, though Ahriman knew it was a theatrical pause, rather than any real moment of introspection. Knowing how the story ended, Ahriman was not surprised Magnus had stopped here. In the original version of the tale, the man's friends were so terrified by what they were shown that they had killed the man and retreated deeper into the cave with their fire to live their lives in perpetual twilight. The tale was an allegorical parable on the futility of sharing fundamental truths with those too narrow perceptions of reality.
With those who are unprepared to change their perspectives in life. Some people are just happy in their little corner of the world and universe and their existence, and anything beyond that is too much. You know, sometimes that's just how people are, and that's just how life is.
By telling it select.
I mean, you know, it's throughout history, you know. Originally, the Earth was the center of the universe, and everything revolved around it. You know, the sun and all the planets and everything went around the Earth, and then that was the idea of anything different was, you know, essentially heresy for hundreds of years.
Magnus had broken his covenant with the audience, but none of them would ever know. Instead, he continued his tale with fresh words, woven from his imagination.
The men were amazed at what he showed them. The light they had been missing for all their lives, and the golden joy that could be theirs were they just brave enough to take his hand and follow him. One by one, they climbed from their dark cave and saw the truth of the world around them, all its wonders and all its beauty. They looked back at the dank, lightless cave they had called home, and were horrified by how limited their understanding of the world had been. They heaped praise upon the man who had shown them the way to the light, and they honored him greatly, for the world and all its bounty was theirs to explore forevermore.
Magnus let his new ending wash over the amphitheater, and no member of the Theatrica Imperialis had given so commanding a performance. A rolling wave of applause erupted from the tiers, and Magnus smiled, the perfect blend of modesty and gratitude. Sanguinius and Fulgrim were on their feet, though Mortarion and the Death Guard remained as stoic as ever. As pitch perfect as Magnus's delivery had been, Ahriman saw that not all of the audience were won over, though it was clear the case against Magnus and the Thousand Sons was no longer as cut and dried as his accusers had hoped. Magnus raised his hands to quell the applause, as though abashed to be so acclaimed.
The man knew he had to show his friends the truth of the world around them. And just as it was his duty to save his friends from their dull, sightless existence,
Take it easy, Howard. You have a good one, brother.
It is our duty to do the same for humanity. The 1,000 sons alone of all the legions have seen the light beyond the gates of the Empyrean. That light will free us from our shackles, of our mundane perceptions of reality, and allow the human race to stand as masters of the galaxy. Just as the men around the fire needed to be shown the glorious future that lay within their grasp, so too does humanity. The knowledge the 1,000 sons are gathering will allow everyone to know what we know, to see as we see. Humanity needs to be led upwards with small steps, with their eyes gradually opened, lest the light blind them. That is the ultimate goal of the 1,000 sons. Our future as a race is at stake.
See, the interesting thing about this is, like, he technically isn't wrong, right? Like, slowly introducing people to the benefit of the warp and the knowledge and things like that. I mean, yeah, you know, just like anything, you know, the warp and the abilities that psychers have can be could be a great help, you know, to humanity. The thing is like, he also doesn't really necessarily truly know the dangers. He knows some dangers, right? He's experienced being psychically attacked by different creatures and entities, but he's never really like truly faced like greater demons and various creatures like that in the warp, let alone what the chaos gods are. At least, you know, potentially maybe he has, as far as Tzeentch goes. You know, I like I said earlier in the video, I think him sacrificing his eye for the cure, he got that from Tzeentch, but without him knowing what Tzeentch, that it was Tzeentch. But maybe I'm misremembering or incorrect about that. It's very possible. But, and that again is where, you know, the Emperor comes in, because he truly knows. And I mean, that gets into a whole other discussion of, should the Emperor have actually like really let them know what the dangers of the warp were? Would they have been more cautious about it? I still feel like the whole idea was that the Emperor didn't want anyone to know about the dangers of the Chaos Gods, because any kind of belief or thought of the Chaos Gods empowers them more. And that's what the Great Crusade really was really him trying to go out and conquer much of the universe as quickly as possible, and, you know, impose the secular ideas of the Imperium to try to abolish any kind of essentially religion and belief in higher powers, to diminish the powers of chaos. And then that would allow him potentially to deal with the Chaos Gods in other ways, you know? So I don't know. But I mean, it's a compelling argument of, yeah, you know, take baby steps. Let's get used to the idea of the warp and what psychers can offer humanity progressively over time. Slowly learn how to use things, how to defend yourselves, and, you know, think of what, you know, humanity could be and become with these tools.
My friends, I urge you not to throw away this chance for enlightenment, for we are at a tipping point in the history of the Imperium. Think of the future, and how this moment will be judged in the millennia to come.
This is where the Emperor steps in and gives him the banhammer.
Magnus staggered forward, reaching out to embrace the monster that was Hastar, his brave legionary. Mercy and forgiveness would be his, until a shot rang out, bursting the Astartes apart. Two sides looked at each other across the chasm, thousand suns, and space wolves, all seeing the one who had fired it, the Wolf King, Leman Russ. Ark reached Secundus, a joint compliant action between the Thousand Suns, Space Wolves and Word Bearers. But conflict had arisen. Once again, Magnus stood in front of the world's great libraries, intent to protect the knowledge that was not evil, simply knowledge. But the wolves had come, the fury of their lord insatiable. A shield wall rammed up against a kind shield barrier. The barbarians versus the scholars, yet no weapons were drawn. Yet, it was a test of wills. The chief librarian Ahriman screamed to his Crimson King and brothers to end this madness. But Magnus stood defiant, his feather cloak bellowing in the icy winds as Imperial forces clashed in front of his eyes. Tempers flared, and the Thousand Suns began to psychically choke their Fenrisian cousins, but the effort to corral them was too much. Hastar, warrior of the Pavoni cults, felt his body start to convulse. Rampant growths of protean flesh spilled out from his armor joints, and a psychic corruption threatened to spill over all the others. The flesh change had returned. The clash halted, all looking upon the Thousand Suns warrior in shock, all witnessing the monster until he was blown apart at the barrel of the Wolf King's bolter. Leman Russ, barely restrained fury and prowess, a living engine of destruction. The Wolf King, surrounded by his rune priests and on guard, stared at the Crimson King. The tension was on a knife's edge. Death was inevitable. A golden light flared at the center. Their brother, the Primarch Lorgar Aurelian, the tan-skinned giant, strode forward, his aura a sense of wonder, even to the other Astartes. Russ told him to move. The Cyclops had gone too far. He had spilled Fenrisian blood, and he must pay. Lorgar pleaded with Russ to calm himself, as Magnus stood motionless, the thoughts bleeding into his mind. This savage had murdered his son. This barbarian wouldn't let him save the knowledge of this world. Oh, how he was so content to be ignorant. Russ spilled forth more insults, decrying Magnus's so-called sorcery. Magnus laughed. How hypocritical when rune priests wielded the magic of Fenris. It was only sorcery to him, because he chose to remain ignorant. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown.
Yep.
Oh, how Magnus hated those who feared what they simply did not understand. Lorgar again pleaded with both of them, not to break the bonds between them, to spill more blood. The tensions began to die down, soothed by the whirs of the horizon. Russ walked away. Fenrisian blood had been spilled, and he vowed that there would be a reckoning between them one day. Magnus and the Thousand Suns had their library, but the victory was overshadowed by the haunting realization of the return of the flesh change. Ahriman.
Obviously, the eye he sacrificed was only a temporary abatement to the curse. Or because they keep delving more into the warp or the knowledge of the warp or just using the warp, etc., that over time it's broken through again, you know?
Tried to speak to Magnus about Hastar, but Magnus assured his favored son it was a fluke. Magnus was lying. Both of them could feel it, even if Ahriman dare not voice it. The events of Ark Reach Secundus had not gone unnoticed, and whispers and rumours of the events overshadowed the largest gathering in the Imperium, as Magnus and his son set course for the world of Ullanor. A triumph, billions of mortal soldiers, and hundreds of thousands of Astartes joined in the greatest parade the Imperium had ever shown. In the wake of the victory of the Orc Purge on Ullanor, he descended down to the enormous, city-sized parade ground. The Emperor of Mankind. The very sight of him men made weep, even the Astartes. Magnus looked on in awe. Even now he was confounded by the being that was his father, the guiding light that led towards an age of enlightenment for all of humanity. But surprise hit them all, as the Emperor declared that his work would take him back to Terra. The Great Crusade would continue under a new War Master.
The War Master
a
was
brother
crowned.
elevated above equals.
See, in this, I mean, it had to be done, but this really did create kind of a hierarchy amongst the Primarchs where there wasn't before. When the Emperor was leading the Great Crusade, the Primarchs all really kind of saw themselves as equal. But once Horus was crowned War Master, that all changed. And then there were starting to be, of course, because of everything that's already been happening, you know, with Magnus and other Primarchs having issue with each other, you know, that just led to more envy and other issues building up. You know, some Primarchs like Lionel Johnson thought he should have been, you know, potentially War Master would have been a better one, potentially. Everyone, you know, it was just, yeah, it was kind of, it again makes me wonder if it's all part of some kind of greater plan that the Emperor had, you know what I mean? Because like the Emperor had to have known it was going to cause some issues, but he also, I think, kind of had no choice because he was trying to go and do the Webway project and create a safer way for humanity to travel that didn't involve them going through the warp, you know? So yeah, I don't know, but this is where like all the problems really kind of sparked.
Horus Lupercal. Magnus was pained by the idea of his father leaving their side. But worst of all, he had not revealed the purpose of his work on Terra to any of them.
Yeah.
Why? Did he not trust him? Did he think Magnus was not wise enough? Strong enough? It was thought he kept to himself, as he took the opportunity to meet with his brothers. Many decades had passed since many of their last meetings, and he enjoyed their bonds of fraternity once again. But there had been rumors, talks of a movement of those who despise the use of psychic powers within the Imperium, overshadowing their conversations. Mortarion of the Death Guard and Leman Russ of the Space Wars were open in their hostility and had been drumming up support for years. Magnus and those of his brothers such as Sanguinius and Jagatai Khan, the most pro-psychic of all their brothers, convened. The Librarius, a disciplined set of rules and balances to ensure the safe and modest use of psychic abilities in the legions, was drafted. It was a compromise, one that Magnus utterly despised. He was confident, for how could the Imperium be so blind as to shun away its greatest gift and potential? Only a few short years after the
And I mean, that's kind of Magnus's greatest flaw, is just his pride and arrogance, right? His idea that everything he does is right because he's the smartest and most knowledgeable. He knows really what to do. And yeah, you know, what he says or what he should do should be the right way. And that arrogance really is his greatest issue. Instead of, you know, it's like he said, slowly introduce these things. So it's okay, let's have a compromise. We'll create, you know, this, you know, librarian order and let them build confidence throughout the Imperium, and then over time allow them and their use to expand until eventually, they prove themselves and the shackles can be let off, essentially.
Triumph at Ulanor, and the crowning of War Master Horus, Magnus received the call. A conclave had been called to determine the future of psychic use within the Imperium. Upon the world of Nicaea, Magnus and his sons arrived, only to be greeted by his brothers Sanguinius and Fulgrim. Along a massive corridor they strode, into the hollowed out heart of a long dormant volcano. Quickly, Magnus began to notice that it was as if he was being escorted not as a guest, but as a prisoner on trial. A large glittering cave with a Colosseum structure is where Magnus stood before a pantheon of assembled lords, Astartes and Primarchs, and at the top, far above, with his flaming sword upon his lap, sat his father, the Emperor of mankind. The battle had begun. They came in droves, speakers who decried the use of sorcery, its raw destructive power, the scars of old night, and the perils of the warp. Man could not be trusted with it. Some would always delve too deep. It was dangerous. Mortarion and others gave speeches of venom and hate that burned inside Magnus as he struggled to contain himself. Even the rune priest Othera Weirdmake came forward, an utter betrayal of the olive branch they had extended upon Agru. After having endured this plea to ignorance and regression, Magnus took his turn to speak. With crimson fingers, he lifted them to the heavens and began to utter the truth in his heart. He spoke of an allegorical cave, how we, humanity, must look to the sun, feel its warmth, its heat, if only we are brave enough to open our eyes to a new world, not cower back into the safety of the dark because of fear. That light will free us from the shackles of our mundane perceptions of reality.
Again, he just doesn't know the dangers of the warp, because there are generally things to be very afraid of in the warp.
And allow the human race to stand as masters of the galaxy, just as the men around the fire needed to be shown the glorious future that lay within their grasp. So too does humanity. A golden era awaited, if only they were brave enough to grasp it. A future where humanity mastered its psychic potential, armed with the knowledge that 1,000 suns had collected for centuries. Magnus would save humanity. Applause, tears, and praise flooded over Magnus. He felt incredible. They finally saw it. Hope. Magnus had given all he could. Conversing with Ahriman in their private chambers, he told his son of their responsibility to be guides to the ignorant, just as the Emperor was to his. No, whispered Ahriman, you already knew of it. When the Emperor showed you of the warp's wonders and dangers, you feigned not to know, but you had already peered into its depths and seen them. Magnus almost killed his favoured son on the spot. White-hot fury seethed through him as a vital nerve had been struck. He bored into Ahriman with his eye, telling him to never say that again. Ever. Unguarded, Ahriman felt a link between them. Osmond, his twin brother. What did he do? A seal, a pact. What had Magnus done all those years ago? How had he saved the Legion? Shame, anger, desperation. Ahriman saw all mixed within his lord. Only moments before, others had condemned them, declaring mankind could not handle the responsibility of psychic power. Were they right? Were they right to call the 15th sorcerers? But they were interrupted. Magnus and all attendants walked back to the Colosseum ground. Judgment had come.
Hear now the words of my ruling. I am not blind to the needs of the Imperium, but nor am I blind to the realities of the hearts of men. I hear men speak of knowledge and power as though they are abstract concepts to be employed as simply as a sword or gun. They are not. Power is a living force, and the danger with power is obsession. A man who attains a measure of
Absolute power
power will
corrupts,
find
absolutely.
it comes to dominate his life until all he can think of is the acquisition of more. Nearly all men can stand adversity, but few can stand the ultimate test of character, that of wielding power without succumbing to its darker temptations.
Even Horus couldn't.
Peering into the darkness to gain knowledge of the warp is fraught with peril, for it is an inconstant place of shifting reality, capricious lies, and untruths. The seeker after truth must have a care he is not deceived, for false knowledge is far more dangerous than ignorance. All men wish to possess knowledge, but few are willing to pay the price. Always, men will seek to take the shortcut, the quick route to power. And it is a man's own mind, not his enemy or foe, that will lure him to evil ways. True knowledge is gained only after the acquisition of wisdom. Without wisdom, a powerful person does not become more powerful. He becomes reckless. His power will turn on him and eventually destroy all he has built. I have walked paths no man can know and faced the unnameable creatures of the warp. I understand all too well the secrets and dangers that lurk in its hidden darkness. Such things are not for lesser minds to know, no matter how powerful or knowledgeable they believe themselves to be. The secrets I have shared serve as warnings, not enticements to explore further. Only death and damnation await those who pry too deeply into secrets not meant for mortals. I see now I have allowed my sons to delve too profoundly into matters I should never have permitted them to know even existed. Let it be known that no one shall suffer censure, for this conclave is to serve unity, not discord. But no more shall the threat of sorcery be allowed to taint the warriors of the Astartes. Henceforth, it is my will that no legion will maintain a librarius department. All its warriors and instructors must be returned to the battle companies and never again employ any psychic powers. Without wisdom, power will destroy the one who wields it. Seekers desire power, but not wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous. Better to have wisdom first. Those who have knowledge do not predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. If you abuse power, you will be burned, and then you will learn. If you live.
They had lost. The future of enlightenment was dead, ash in their hands. Rising from his throne, the Emperor looked directly at Magnus. He peered into his mind, seeing the boundaries Magnus had crossed, his breaking of his word to his father, his delving into the corners of the great ocean he had been forbidden to go to. If I am guilty of anything, it is the simple pursuit of knowledge. I am its master, I swear it. No one saw the Emperor's lips move, even through his blind...
I mean, just the arrogance of that statement, right? I am the master of knowledge. You know, like, Are you sure about that?
In golden aura, words spilled forth that hit like a hammer to the souls of all who bore witness. The seeker after truth must have a care he is not deceived, for false knowledge is far more dangerous than ignorance. All men wish to possess knowledge, but few are willing to pay the price. Always men will seek to take the shortcut, the quick route to power, and it is a man's own mind, not his enemy or foe, that will lure him to evil ways. True knowledge is gained only after the acquisition of wisdom. Without wisdom, a powerful person does not become more powerful, he becomes reckless. The words cut Magnus like a knife, coming from his father, the one being he looked up to. I see now I have allowed my sons to delve too profoundly into matters I should have never permitted them to even know existed. Magnus had lied. All those years ago, on Prospero, he had delved into the secrets of the warp, long before his return to Terra. He had explored and acquired knowledge unguarded, untempered by wisdom. He was a Primarch, a superhuman, but still human.
Yep.
And he tackled everything with the curiosity of a reckless child. Because he naively thought he was wise enough. He knew better.
Yep.
The use of psychic powers in the legions was outlawed under pain of death. Magnus and his sons limped out in shame to the stars, their fellow ally legions and Primarchs disappointed by the actions of the 15th and what that had cost them. Almost resigned to his father's decree, Magnus sank to his knees as a psychic vision pulsed into his mind. A vision of fire, death, and corruption. And through the miasma of cataclysm, he saw his brother, Horus. The 15th in shame made their way towards Prospero, Magnus feeling conflict in his heart. What should he do? Should he tell his father of his vision? The father who he had just utterly failed, by means he had just outlawed, and with what proof? That entities of the warp that he was not supposed to know about were conspiring to corrupt his most favored son?
Well, and then the thing is, I mean, again, if Magnus knows about this and seen this vision, would the Emperor not have as well? I mean, I guess the potentially is not, but yeah, when you have someone who's even more powerful, I don't know. I just, again, everything goes back to makes me think that from everything I know of 40K, which there's still so much more for me to learn. There's still so many more books to read through and things to know that I just don't know. There's so much lore and story in 40K. But everything that I've learned so far really makes me feel like Games Workshop has set everything up. And everything that's happened is part of a greater plan that the Emperor has for humanity and the Imperium. And part of him dying or taking like, I feel like him being in the injured position he is him taking a step back to allow humanity to try to understand what it's like, try to stand on their own 2 feet without the Emperor, essentially. And with how the Imperium has been set up, it seemingly has been failing. So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see, I guess, eventually, if I'm right about that or not. Hopefully.
Magnus and his legion returns to Prospero. Once again, Magnus set his eyes upon Tisca, the city of light. Oh, how he loved his home. The jewel of hope in a galaxy of darkness and ignorance. Assembling with his captains, Ahriman, Aemon, Phocis Tekar, Hathor Mat, Uthizar and Sobek, Magnus told them of his vision. A partial truth of the lies he had perpetuated over 2 centuries. Of entities of the warp that were beyond powerful. They were malignant and corrupting to the unprepared. Magnus defied the Edict of Nicaea, not even a day after his declaration, as he began to delve back into the warp, and his
course
own
he did.
ancient texts, divining prophecies about the fall of his brother Horus, of a fallen son who would ravage his father's kingdom and all of humanity. It was up to the 15th Legion to save him, to prevent this oncoming disaster. Inside deep cabins underneath Tisca, Magnus and his sons prepared for a ritual, one whose very inception had been crafted from knowledge Magnus knew he was not meant to know. Surrounded by a cabal of his sons, cleansed and focused to a degree that was beyond human, the Crimson King began. With human thralls around them, energy that Magnus knew would be consumed in what was to come. The thought was distasteful, but the fate of the Imperium and humanity was on the line. He spoke to his sons. Too few have the courage to take arm against an uncaring galaxy, but we are the 1,000 Suns. There is nothing we dare not do. Laying down upon an altar, his white robe spilling over the edge, Magnus connected himself to Horus. Blood began to pour from him. Psychic sympathetic wounds that mirrored the War Master sprouted over his body. Magnus' eye glazed over with a kaleidoscope of impossible colors as his soul roared into the warp. Horus, my brother, I am coming for you. Days passed as Magnus' sons, Ahriman, Aemon and Uthazar stood vigil. The Lord's body was pale and dripping with sweat. Finally Magnus awoke. I have failed, he told them. There were others there, Erebus of the Word-Bearers, who aided in the corruption of Horus. Lorgar's legion had already fallen to the primordial annihilator, Chaos. The word was used as if it was a name. But Magnus had told them after Nicaea about the entities of the warp. But this Chaos was something more? Ahriman questioned his lord, but Magnus told him he only knew of this Chaos after this very confrontation.
Lies.
He was lying.
Yep.
Ahriman felt the flicker in his aura. Again, Magnus had lied to him. They had to warn the Emperor. Horus had been corrupted by this chaos, and war was coming. But if Magnus could tell his father now, it could save billions of lives. Once again, thralls of Prospero's psychic cults were brought forth. Their sacrifice wings.
See, and I think this is the biggest, obviously, mistake that Magnus made, is doing this psychically. Like, I feel like in this kind of situation, right, it would warrant getting on a ship and being like, we need to get there now. As urgent as this information is, and as quickly as you want to do it, A, the Emperor already decreed you can't use psychic powers, but B, you know, you've gained this knowledge by going against his decree and using psychic powers. So going there in person and essentially giving yourself to the mercy of the Emperor and saying, hey, I went against what you told me to do, but I gained this knowledge. I came here to warn you in person. I, hands up, arrest me, do whatever you want to do, but war is coming. You need to be prepared. And I'm, willing to go to jail or do whatever for this. That would at least also, gain. I feel like that would add more weight to you, the argument of, yeah, Horus has been corrupted. This is what's going to happen. Whether the Emperor knows or not, is planned around that or not, etc. But also just the fact that, trying to use psychic powers, essentially going through the warp to give this message to the Emperor. That's where these entities are. Who knows what they could do to block you, try to corrupt you, change you, especially when, they more than likely, the Chaos Gods and their agents know that what's going on. They're going to try to prevent that. So I feel like going there in person versus actually trying to converse with them psychically would have been the way to go. This is my opinion, my thought, but I think it's a situation of Magnus's, again, arrogance getting in the way. You know, his arrogance and belief that his psychic abilities are, there's nothing wrong with them and he should utilize them to the fullest, is, you know, his greatest flaw.
Given, but still utterly distasteful. Again, Magnus lay upon the altar beneath Tisga. The new ritual to reach Terra would require enormous power. Ahriman again questioned Magnus, seeing that this ritual to reach Terra required Magnus to make pacts with entities of this so-called chaos, names whispered as demons, in order to break through Terra's psychic defenses and warn the Emperor. Magnus told his son it was his consequence to bear alone, that he had bargained with such creatures before and bested them. The warp around him began to convulse once again.
Because, I mean, it doesn't seem that way, right? You sacrificed your eye for a cure, and the cure is no longer curing. And your dudes are transforming into warp demons again. Did you really best anything? Don't think so, brother.
Again, and in a pillar of light, Magnus' soul once again roared into the warp. Like a serpent shedding skin, Magnus let go his mortal form. A one-eyed king with a blazing soul of fire sailed past malicious creatures who dared not challenge him.
I mean, again, like, obviously he's meaning well here. He's trying to warn the Emperor and to do what he thinks is right to save humanity. He's just doing it in the wrong way.
He saw vistas and sights beyond the scope of human language to describe. Mortarian, Russ, if only they could see the beauty of what they shun in ignorance. Following ley lines that spanned across the galaxy, he arrived near Terra, finding it slower and harder as he approached. He wasn't going to make it. Then he felt it, a sentience behind him, something beautiful, serene, fluctuating with power. He knew in this place of contradiction, not everything was evil, and felt the warmth of this entity offering help. It spoke no words, just offering itself freely. He took it. Swelling with its added power, Magnus broke through the psychic obstacle, his soul flying through the ancient Eldari tunnels that connected to the heart beneath the Imperial Palace.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because then it's like the webway was constructed to give safe passage, you know, through the universe without having to go to the warp, yet psychic abilities powerful enough can still break through the webway and enter it anyway.
The Golden Throne Room began to shake violently. Raw psychic energy was rampant. Thousands of ordinary people began to die. Magnus, a burning white-hot soul, burst into the throne room, laying his eye upon his father. Monster, the servants around the Emperor cried, firing into this fiery apparition before them. But before Magnus could speak, he began to hear laughter, and then shrieking behind him. A horde of twisted, sentient nightmare had followed him. Demons. Magnus looked to the Emperor, panic and shame washing over his features as he realized,
you have fucked up now. Right now, you have fucked up. At this moment, he knew. He fucked up.
What he had just unleashed. Father, he cried out, the last words he spoke as he felt those golden eyes look upon him with utter disdain. Magnus awoke back on Prospero. Tears fell down his cheek. What had he done? He had tried to tell his father, give him the warning, but nothing he said could have outweighed what he had done. Without wisdom, power will destroy the one who wields it. Seekers desire power, but not wisdom.
Yeah, you were traveling through the warp. You're going to try to warn the Emperor. You feel your power waning, and then all of a sudden, this benevolent being is just like, hey, I'm here to help you. Here you go. I'll help you break through these psychic barriers. It's fine. And you just take it without a second guess, without wondering who or where it's from and what the consequences are. Like, again, that's like something a child would do. You know what I mean? Like, you're showing that you don't have enough foresight, thought, and restraint to understand the potential consequences of your actions. And I mean, I understand that in that moment, he's in a panic and trying to rush because he's trying to warn his father of things that are coming, but in not, questioning things and where this boon is coming from, he's made matters even worse. Now demons have access to Terra. You've just played in the hands of the enemy. You played yourself, brother.
Wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous. Better to have wisdom first. Those who have power
Too late
do
to learn
not
that
predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. The Webway Project. The knowledge Magnus was missing. The future of humanity shielded from the warp. The Emperor's enlightenment. And it had just been destroyed by Magnus.
Yep.
He didn't know. He had broken the wards and had corrupted it forever. What had he done? The Emperor had looked into him and seen all he had done. His breaking of the edict, the rituals, and the wards around Terra. Magnus thought he could succeed. He thought he had the best of this chaos. He thought he knew better. Overwhelming grief swallowed Magnus. He ran to his private chambers, broken, defeated, shame, a monument to failure and hubris.
You have nothing to fear from me, Amon. You have been my most faithful servant since I first came to Prospero. I could never harm you.
With respect, my lord, I am sure young Uthisar thought the same,
said Aemon, picking his way gingerly through the wreckage of Magnus's chamber. His grey hair was kept cropped, close to his skull, and his skin had the textured age of vellum. He knelt beside Uthisar's body and placed his hand upon the crackled and seared breastplate. The bodies of the Scarab occult lay around Uthisar, their bodies twisted in unnatural ways, and their flesh blackened, as though consumed in the same fire that had destroyed Magnus's library.
Tell me what happened,
said Aemon. Magnus lowered his head, unwilling to meet his oldest friend's gaze. The captain of the Ninth made no accusations. He didn't need to. No accusation could carry greater guilt than Magnus placed upon himself. Almost a week had passed since he had killed Uthisar, a week in which he had almost given in to his self-destructive urges and turned his powers upon himself. Fearing the worst, others had tried to enter his chambers, but Magnus had kept them all at bay until now. Magnus looked down at the grotesquely crumpled body of Balek Uthisar and sighed with regret.
It was an unforgivable lapse, and should never have happened. But he knew too much, and I could not let him leave.
Knew too much.
That's interesting. That's such an interesting statement coming from Magnus right there. With Magnus's whole thing is that the pursuit of knowledge should not be a thing hindered. And, his literal statement is knowledge is good and ignorance is the only evil. So to sit there and say that someone knew too much and had to be dealt with, okay.
Much about what?
Come here. Let me show you,
said Magnus.
Oh, now you're going to show him and then kill him?
And followed Magnus into the balcony overlooking the white city of Tizca. Magnus read the wariness in Aemon's aura and didn't blame him. He would be a fool not to be wary. In all the long years since they had first spoken, as tutor and pupil, Magnus had never thought of Aemon as a fool. Magnus looked towards the noonday sky.
Fly the great ocean with me.
He said. Amon nodded and closed his eyes, and Magnus let his body of light float free of his flesh. The concerns of the mortal world lessened, but could not be wholly ignored. Tisca transformed from a place of cool marble to a glittering jewel of light. The tens of thousands of shimmering soul lights who called the city home like tiny lanterns.
How fragile they are,
said Magnus, though there was no one yet to hear him. The warm glow of Ammon's subtle body appeared next to him, and they flew into a sky of brilliant blue. The world around them deepened from blue to black, the stars pinwheeling around them like darts of a phosphor. The blackness of space transformed into swirling, multicolored chaos of the great ocean, and both travelers felt the welcome rush of pleasure as its currents flowed around their ethereal forms. Magnus led the way, streaking through the swirling abyss towards a destination only he was capable of finding. Ammon followed him, his dutiful friend and beloved son. They came to the region of stillness he had seen a week ago. He felt Amon's horror as he beheld the vast fleet of ships, the slab-sided warships, the sleek strike cruisers and the monstrous monuments to destruction that were the battle barges. Hundreds of vessels drew ever closer to Prospero. Ships of many flags and many allegiances, united with one shared purpose: annihilation. Leading them was a feral blade of a ship, unsheathed to deliver the death blow to its hated foe. Grey and fanged, it prowled the stars with carved eyes, as its braiding bow pierced the depths of the great ocean with uncanny precision.
Is that what I think it is?
It is,
confirmed Magnus. They flew closer to the brutal vessel. The protective shields that kept the void predators at bay, no match for travelers of such power. They passed through its layered voids, diving through the meter upon meter of adamantium hull plates, integrity fields and honeycombed bulkheads, until they reached the heart of the ship. The masters of this fleet gathered to plan the destruction of all that Magnus held dear, and the two sons of Prospero listened to their deliberations. Magnus was prepared for what he would hear, but Ammon was not, and the flaring wash of his etheric field sent a pulse of choleric energy through the ship's crew.
Why?
Begged Ammon.
Because I was wrong. All the things you taught me, I arrogantly assumed I already knew. You warned me of the gods of the warp, and I laughed at you, calling you a superstitious old fool. Well, I know better now, for I beheld such a being and thought I had the better of it, but I was wrong. I have done terrible things, Ammon, but you must believe that I did them for the right reasons.
Ammon drifted
Like that old saying, you know, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
down towards the master of this vessel, and the steely-eyed killer in golden armor who stood next to him on a raised command dais. A group of identically armored warriors stood at the base of the dais, occupied by their leaders.
The Council of Nicaea. Were they right to name us warlocks?
I fear they may have been, though only now do understand that.
And for that, we are to suffer.
Magnus nodded and flew up through the ironwork of the starship, exploding outwards into the seething cauldron of the great ocean. Ammon flew at his side, and they hurtled back to Prospero, exhaling pent-up breaths as they opened their eyes and looked down on the reassuringly familiar vista of Tisca.
And the legend knows nothing of this.
Nothing. I have drawn a veil around Prospero. None see out, not even the Corvidae. Now the Thousand Suns must learn what it means to be blind.
So our punishment draws ever closer. What happens when it gets here?
You are kind, old friend. It is my punishment,
their axes will fall on the rest of us as well.
Pointed out Amon.
I ask again, what will we do when they get here?
Nothing. There is nothing to do.
There is always something to
Surrender.
do. We can destroy them before they even reach us.
Magnus shook his head, saying,
This is not about whether we can defend ourselves
should do.
against this threat. Of course we can. It is about
I mean, the thing to do would be to understand what you've done is wrong, surrender, and face the consequences. You know, it might be a situation where during this civil war, the emperor might allow you to fight, you know, for humanity and for the Imperium. And once that's over, you would then potentially, you know, you would receive his judgment. And then maybe, you know, depending on your actions, there might be some kind of leniency. Who knows? But yeah, you don't want to like destroy more Astartes. You don't want to use your psychic powers to do more harm, etc. I don't know.
whether we should.
Why should we not? We are the Thousand Suns, and nothing is beyond us. No path is unknown to us, and no destiny is hidden from us. Instruct the Corvide to pierce the veils of the future. The Pavoni and Raptura can enhance our warriors' prowess, while the Pyrie burn our enemies, and the Athenians read the minds of their commanders. When they come, they will find us ready to fight.
Magnus despaired, hearing only the urge to strike the first blow in Amon's voice.
Have you not heard what I have said? I do not strike because it is what the powers that have manipulated me since I came here want me to do. They want...
So again, if they want you to fight, then surrender would be the best course of option. Giving yourself up willingly and just facing your consequences without any bloodshed.
Want me to take arms against our doom.
So, I mean, I would send out a message to this fleet and be like, I know you guys are coming. I'm ready to surrender. When you get here, I will be out in the open. I give myself up willingly, and so do my Astartes.
Knowing that if I do, it will only confirm everything those who hate and fear us have always believed.
Amon looked out over the city, and his eyes took on a faraway look, tears of loss streaming down his cheeks.
Before you came to Prospero, I had a recurring nightmare. I dreamt that everything I held dear was swept away and destroyed. It plagued me for years. But on the day you arrived from the heavens like a comet, the dream stopped. I never had it again. I convinced myself it was nothing more than an ancestral memory of old night. But it wasn't. I know that now. I foresaw this. The destruction of everything I hold dear is coming to pass.
Amon closed his eyes, and he gripped the balcony with white-knuckled fury.
I may not be able to stop it, but I am going to fight to protect my home. And if you ever held my friendship in any esteem, you would do the same.
Magnus rounded on Amon.
Damn.
Despite everything I have done, my fate is my own. I am a loyal son of the Emperor, and I would never betray him, for I have already broken his heart and his greatest creation. I will accept my fate, and though history may judge us traitors, we will know the truth. We will know we were loyal unto the end, because we accepted our fate.
Damn, man. I mean, just the passion of that statement there that he gave Magnus, you know, and yeah, I mean, it's a rough position to be in. I mean, on any of those sides, you know, Magnus's point of view, knowing that he is essentially shattered any hopes of what the Emperor was trying to accomplish with protecting Terra and humanity in the webway, and essentially allowing demons access to Terra. And then also, you know, Armin there not willing to allow everything that he loves to just be swept away and destroyed, like the nightmares that he's had since he was, you know, little. I mean, it's understandable on all perspectives. And again, it's like, what is really the right thing to do? I mean, I feel like if I were Magnus, knowing that they're coming, I would send a message ahead. I would have already had a conversation with the Legion, and I'd say, hey, you know, the consequences of my actions are coming. It's my fault and mine alone. I am going to surrender myself to this coming Legion. Don't fight against them. You know, we are loyal sons of the Emperor. If I give myself up and face the consequences of my actions, you know, perhaps you can be spared, etc. Planet can be spared, its civilians, its innocents can be spared, and you know, I'm the one that should bear this burden alone, because really it kind of is. I mean, it really is. You know, Magnus is the one who has already, you know, been in conversations and dealings with the Chaos Gods, and he's the one who shattered any kind of stuff the Emperor was trying to accomplish with the webway, and you know, his arrogance and thinking that he could do no wrong with his abilities really has destroyed everything for the Thousand Sons. So yeah, I mean, I feel like were that to happen, that would be probably the best outcome, for him to just message ahead to Lehman Russ and say, I'm going to be here, I surrender, there's no need to fight, etc. I will give myself up to your judgment and the judgment of the Emperor, you know, etc.
Magnus looked out of his chamber to the mountains that bore a statue of him, a monument to the place he crashed into this world over 2 centuries before. He knew in his heart he couldn't be forgiven for all he had done. The Emperor's retribution would be apocalyptic. The Emperor's words on Nicaea, that any who broke his edict would become his enemy, and
I mean, just look what he did to Lorgar's world, you know what I'm saying?
he would destroy them utterly. All this will be ashes, he told himself. It
Although I don't know that in the timeline of events, I don't know if that's happened yet or not.
does not have to be,
I would
said a
assume it had.
voice
Anyway.
uttered from the direction of a mirror. The form within spoke in his image. The demon he had seen, the serpent of Agru. Such entities could never fully be destroyed. All bargains come with a price. Magnus saw that now.
Yeah.
Over a century ago, the deal he had struck in secret to save his sons from the flesh change. He was now confounded with the truth that he had not bested this creature then. He was a fool. There is a price to pay for the time I gave your sons. You knew this when you accepted the gift of my power. Now it is time to make good on your bargain. The demon showed Magnus a vision. A crimson king locked upon a golden throne, enslaved as a battery to a tyrant emperor. Of the now fleet coming to enact his punishment. Magnus screamed, erupting into a frenzy of sorrow and anger, ripping apart everything in the room. His power
It was at this point that he knew he fucked up.
out of control as the cracked mirror reflection taunted him. telling him he could not destroy them all. It offered him salvation. It could save Prospero if it just accepted them. My lord, Uthazar said, rushing into the chamber. Magnus locked his eye with Uthazar. Unguarded, everything Magnus had done, the truth and their impending destruction, was psychically transferred to him. Uthazar staggered. We have to warn the Legion. Uthazar made his way to leave, but he never reached the door before Magnus emulated him. An entire week passed.
Now he's just going on killing his own dude now.
1,000 suns racked with nerves as they awaited news from their lord. Ammon, Magnus's mentor, a father figure, and his oldest friend entered the destroyed chambers, seeing for himself the charred body of Uthazar. A pitiful, broken mess of a man sat in his wallow. The once vermilion red, glorious crimson king. But now Magnus looked nothing like the warrior scholar Ammon had known his entire life. Ammon questioned his Primarch. What happened? And Magnus showed him. Both of them, like they did in his youth, lifted their souls into the warp. And there Ammon saw it. The brutal ceramite cathedral ships of the space wolves, heading to Prospero. All the things you taught me, I arrogantly assumed I already knew. You warned me of the gods of the warp, and I laughed at you, calling you a superstitious fool. Well, I know better now, for I beheld such a being and thought I had the better of it. But I was wrong. I have done terrible things, Ammon. But you must believe that I did them for the right reasons. The Emperor's executioners were coming to destroy Magnus and the 15th Legion, and he was going to let them. I do not strike, because it is what the powers that have manipulated me since I came here want me to do. They want me to take arms against our doom, knowing that if I do, it will only confirm everything those who hate and fear us have always believed. Anger filled Ammon. They could fight. They didn't have to die for the sins of Magnus. But nothing moved the Crimson King. And though history may judge us traitors, we will know the truth. We will know that.
That's little comfort when you have a fleet literally coming to destroy you, your planet, and everyone and everything you care about. We will know the truth. That doesn't really sit very well, you know?
That we were loyal unto the end. Because
that's what I'm saying, man. Just surrender. I would have, that's what I was saying before, man. You know, just send out a signal and say, hey, man, I know you're coming. I surrender. I will be out here in cuffs, ready for you to take me. I give up. Please just don't harm my people. I give up. Take me to the Emperor and, you know, I will face his judgment. That's all you got to do. All you got to do.
We accepted our fate.
Would have been
arrogant, foolish, and prideful. His faults had cost him everything.
And again, during the Siege of Terra, he might have been like, you know, I will give you an opportunity for redemption. Fight against these demons. Help us protect humanity and your home world. And, you know, again, who knows how things could have changed during the Siege of Terra one way or the other, were that the case, you know?
Everything. But he still believed in the Emperor,
and
would play no part in aiding the schemes of the creatures that had put him in this situation. Magnus ordered the fleets of the Legion.
And it's like, for someone who thinks he's so smart, right? If you understand the course of action that they want you to take, then doing the opposite, which would be surrender, wouldn't that be the smartest course of action then? Playing against what you know to be what they want you to do. They want you to fight back. They want you to spark the civil war and reinforce the heresy more. So do the opposite. Cool things down. Surrender. You know, don't play into their hands. Like, I don't get it. And yeah, I don't understand. For someone so smart, he's pretty dumb.
to scatter and erected a psychic shield across the entire planet. No news would come or leave. They were all.
I mean, yeah. And that honestly would have been deserved punishment, to be honest. You know, they've been messing with demons this whole time and going against the Emperor's will and edict this whole time. They've proven without a shadow of a doubt that they can't be trusted to follow the orders of the Emperor. So, I mean, yeah. Maybe if you surrender, the Emperor might give you a chance at redemption. You know, maybe if you're lucky. Especially because, you know, you tried to, even though you made things worse, you tried to warn them of this incoming, you know, heresy situation. So who knows? Maybe there would be a chance for redemption. Maybe the Emperor sees or knows something and would allow you to do that. Maybe instead of having Malkador, you know, sit on the golden throne, maybe you would have put Magnus, because Magnus, you know, might have been able to actually handle it. And you know, could have been like, hey, this is your one chance at redemption. Fix this. Fix what you broke. Hold the line in this psychic battle so that I can go take care of stuff. And then maybe his legion could have been saved. Who knows? You know, who knows?
All in the dark. The people of Prospero worked, studied, played, and lived, unbeknownst to the doom that approached. And then, to their horror, they stopped as the skies darkened. Silhouettes that they were familiar with cast shadows over them, and then came death. The Space Wolves Legion and Leman Russ, brother and rival of Magnus, had come to take in the Crimson King and bring him to terror. But new orders had come from the War Master Horus. The new judgment. One word. Extermination.
Exterminatus.
Prospero began to burn as an entire legion set ablaze to every home, city.
See, now, I thought there was a situation here, and maybe I'm incorrect, because there's still a lot to read and learn about, you know, 40K, as stated before at the beginning of this stuff. I thought there was a situation where originally Leman Russ went down and tried to get Magnus to surrender, and some kind of, either it was a third party or it was unknown who started the shooting, whether it was the Space Wolves or Thousand Suns, but eventually tensions got to a boiling point where shooting just started, and then everything just went out of control, and then the Space Wolves just wiped out Prospero. I didn't think it was just they showed up, and like, I know Russ had orders from Horus to exterminate him, but I thought originally Russ kind of went against that and was going to offer him surrender, but things just ran out of control and it just turned into a firefight. That's what I thought happened. Maybe I'm incorrect.
And town, the people, and the Thousand Suns were caught completely by surprise, thinking that some Xenos threat had ambushed them, only to find to their horror it was their own. The Imperium was burning their home to the ground. Only Tizca remained, still shielded by its own defenses. Yeah. The Thousand Suns felt Magnus's voice in their head. He lamented to his sons, apologizing for the doom he had brought upon them. He told them the truth, that he had bargained with this chaos to save them from the flesh change. He was desperate. There was no other way. When you love something, with every fragment of your soul, you will sacrifice anything to save it. But he had sipped from the poisoned chalice, and now their reckoning was upon them. The 15th Legion couldn't believe it. They loved their Primarch, their father, but this news cut to their core. But even then, his sons would not roll over and die. Why should they die for his mistakes? Ahriman, Aemon, Phocis Dakar, Hathor Mat, Kalophis, and Sobek would fight. The Athenians, Corvidae, Pavoni, Pyre, and Raptor.
You know, it's interesting in this picture that the Custodians and the Sisters of Silence are there fighting too.
Aura would fight. Prospero would resist. The walls of Fenris descended to the ground. The assault on Tizca would be done up close, personal. The rambling hordes of the Space Wolves charged. The human guard were barely a delay, swallowed underneath thousands of Astartes. The men, women, and children of Prospero were not spared, struck down by the wrath of the Imperium, now playing the part in the fate many human worlds within the Great Crusade had suffered. The thousand suns and Space Wolves clashed, Astartes versus Astartes, in a battle that was brutal, deafening and cruel.
Yep.
The thousand suns, most natives of Prospero, returns the fury of the Space Wolves, unleashing their psychic abilities without restraint. Thousands began to fall as the line stagnated, the wolves being blasted and burned, having their minds popped and moves predicted. But this power cost them. Legionaries again fell to the power of change and growth as their bodies began to contort. The horror.
See, and then that's the other thing too, is it's like if I'm one of the Thousand Sons and I start seeing other Astartes around me who are using these war powers, like start turning into these weird demons and shit, it's like, maybe I shouldn't use this stuff because there's a price to pay. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this.
Horrifying flesh change once again returned to the Legion en masse. From the ranks of the wolves, custodians, and Sisters of Silence weaved in too. Many of the 15th becoming the sorcerous monsters that they had been.
I mean, if the custodians and the
accused of
Sisters
long
of Silence
ago.
are there too, there's like
From
no
his
hope for him.
tower, Magnus wept. His life's work, the city that had raised him, the people that had loved him, the legion that had learned from him, his legacy, the knowledge he had collected.
I mean, it's like, this is his fault, like, multiple times over here now. Like, he brought this on himself anyway by going against the Emperor's orders and, you know, shattering the wards around the webway and leaving Terra vulnerable to demon incursion, on top of other things, on top of already, you know, working with Tzeentch, even though he didn't necessarily know it was Tzeentch at the time, or other chaos demons, etc. But, you know, there's that. And then again, there's the whole situation of, instead of taking the initiative and like really facing up to your to the consequences of your actions and taking responsibility for it, you know, and surrendering and saying, hey, I surrender, spare my people, take me instead, I take full responsibility, you could have avoided all this. You could have avoided all this bloodshed. You could have avoided Prospero being burnt to the ground, everything. But no.
Throughout the Great Crusade for
So all the knowledge and secrets and everything that you've worked your, you know, entire life to gather here is going to be destroyed along with everything you love. And then again, you're being put into a position where you're going to be forced to ask for, you know, one of the Chaos Gods' help. Maybe you're playing into their hands anyway.
humanity. It was all burning. Prospero was burning. He was wavering. He couldn't look. It was too much. He was the one at fault, not his sons, not his world,
Right.
not the knowledge. The Emperor was going too far,
Was he?
surely. For hours Magnus watched. He felt psychically every death, every rampant fall to the flesh change in his sons, each one tearing out his heart, death upon death, hearing the cries of his sons to save them. Chaos wanted him to fight, for him to spill Imperium blood, but Magnus could bear it no more, his resolve to self-sacrifice wavering.
See, it's not self-sacrificing though, because like everyone else around him and everything else around him is being burnt to the ground, but not him. I mean, you could argue that him sitting here watching it is sacrificial, but like everyone else is taking the brunt of the punishment. I mean, granted, like you said, he's feeling it. He's very much aware of feeling the psychic emanations of everyone's death, you know, etc. But he's still there. He's still alive. He's not, you know, fighting. He's not being, you know what I'm saying, right? Like everyone else around him is taking the brunt of the consequences of his actions, and not him.
Last sanctuary in the heart of Tizca, with less than 1,000 of them alive, the 15th Legion prepared for their final stand. And then they saw him, a being of blazing fire and light, donned in his golden warplate, with crimson skin and one sorrowful eye. Magnus joined the field. He gifted Ahriman the Book of Magnus, a tome of his life's work, and left to face his brother, preparing to die for his sons. Magnus faced down the Wolf King. Brothers, opposites, their differences so far apart it was impossible to reconcile. The reckoning promised an arch-reach Secundus had come to pass, as the two Primarchs in the fires of burning Prospero tried to kill each other. Cold fire wrapped
I agree.
Russ.
I mean, I agree. I'm not like trying to turn it into Magnus bashing either, but it's just a situation where it's like, I mean, it could be that he's so like depressed and heartbroken over his actions that he's not thinking clearly, and he's just, you know, so sorrowful and regretful that he's done what he's did, and he let the Emperor down. He broke his word to the Emperor knows it. And not only that, he broke it in such a way that has left, you know, the Emperor and Terra vulnerable to demon attack, etc. And so he could just be in this such a state of depression that he just can't think or see clearly, which could also be, you know, exaggerated by the Chaos Gods. Tzeentch could be exaggerating that further to get him to play into his hands. You know, there could be a lot of other factors into it, but again, for someone who's supposed to be as smart as he is and enlightened as he is, you know, you would think that he would, being that he's aware of the fact that the Chaos Gods want him to fight back and escalate the civil war between humanity, then the opposite would obviously be the best course of action: surrender and, you know, let things cool down and face the judgment of the Emperor yourself. You know, make a bargain with Russ and say, I surrender, take me, leave my people and my Astartes alone, etc. You know, I don't know. Right, exactly.
As furious blows struck Magnus, both of their armors rent and in pieces as demigods clashed, both their sons watching on, none daring to join. Magnus threw lightning and psychic assaults at Russ, smashing it through his chestplate as Russ swung around and shattered the bones in Magnus's arm. Magnus and Russ were bloodied, and their wounds were pouring. All watched motionless as the Wolf King lifted Magnus the Red above his head, and with a sickening crunch that stole the breath of the 1,000 suns, Russ broke the Crimson King's back upon his knee. A bellowing howl of triumph echoed in the pouring rain and fire as the broken Magnus's life began to fade away.
Please, Father, come back to us!
He yelled, and suddenly the river was rushing up to meet him. It felt like crashing through a wall of ice. The frozen water hit him like a blow, paralyzing his limbs and locking him with a cold that froze his lungs. The currents spun around him, eager to toy with their new plaything. Grasping hands clutched him from below, dragging him down to join the dead. Ammon looked up through the swirling chaos of bubbles and saw his father looking back at him, and then he saw nothing at all. He heard the soft whisper of the ocean's infinite spaces and limitless wonders. Ammon half turned back towards the water, but his resolve held firm, and he resisted the call to swim forever in its depths. Instead, he pushed on, climbing steep ridges and unnaturally shaped contours. The ground crunched underfoot as he climbed towards what he hoped was the center of the island. Without the ocean's buoyancy, his body felt inaudibly heavy, far worse than when his subtle body returns to flesh. His body glove hung from a physique wasted by the many years he has spent following the secret footsteps of his lost father. Never in his life had he felt so weak. Ammon stumbled and sank to his knees. The breath rattled in his chest as though filled with glassy fragments, and his eyes stung with abrasive dust blown from the ground. He heard the crunch of footsteps across the coral surface and wearily lifted his head, squinting through eyes gummed with dust and stinging sweat. A tall man, swathed in a ragged cloth of dark feathers, was coming towards him with faltering strides, using a Hager staff fashioned from driftwood for support. His hair was matted grey, pulled back over wrinkled skin to a long scalp lock that reached to the ground behind him. Tied across the center of his skull and obscuring his eyes was a filthy bandage, one side stained with ancient blood.
Who approaches?
Asked the blind man.
Ahriman, is that you?
Ammon shook his head, too horrified at what had become of the father he had loved to form a coherent reply. He licked his lips.
No, it is Ammon.
Ammon?
Said the blind man.
Oh, my son, of course. You came. You finally came.
His head sinking down over his chest and tears spilling down his cheeks as it dawned on him that his lonely quest was finally over. The blind man's hand reached down to touch his shoulder.
My son, welcome to the orrery,
said Magnus the Red. A floating sphere of warp flame illuminated the lee of an overhanging spur of coral upon Magnus's island. It required no fuel and cast a warming glow over Ammon and his gene sire. They sat in silence, watching the dance of stars from a cliff high above the dark ocean. Within the water, it had seemed the stars were static, but from here, Ammon now saw they moved in an intricate pattern that appeared random, but actually possessed an underlying motion as predictable as clockwork. He studied Magnus's face. He had not thought it possible, but his father had profoundly aged. The courage that had seen him do battle against Leman Russ was still there, as was the wisdom in his hidden gaze. But the lines on his face were deep canyons, and his skin was a texture of yellowed vellum. Ammon struggled to know what to say. He and his father had always enjoyed a close rapport, but the man before him felt like a stranger. Had so much time passed for Magnus that he had forgotten their friendship. Yet simply being in the presence of Magnus was invigorating, and the weariness that had plagued Ammon as he climbed from the water was diminishing with every passing moment. But such a renewal came at a price, and with his returning strength came all his old hurts. The grinding agony pulsing from the shattered ruin of his spine, spliced with innumerable grafts, bonded by Pavoni artifice, would always be with him.
I am sorry, my son,
said Magnus at last.
For what?
For the pain you suffer because of me,
said Magnus, staring far out to sea.
And for leaving you in the great ocean as I did. That was not my intention, but I lost myself. I was distraught, and I had to begin the building of the orrery alone.
Anger touched Ammon, an emotion he had never thought to feel towards his Primarch.
Then why ask for my help?
I did.
Atop the obsidian tower, you promised me we would build the greatest library the galaxy had ever seen. You told me we would build it together.
Magnus shook.
I just want to pause and say the voice acting, you know, with these two characters is really spot on. Magnus, who's playing Magnus's voice, sounds great, and Amon's voice too. Great stuff.
Shook his head with a rueful sigh.
I was boastful back then.
Back then? How long have you been here?
Magnus shrugged his raven-cloaked shoulders and sighed.
Too long. How many years did you spend in search of me?
I do not know. A great many, I think.
Said Ammon, hearing evasion in Magnus's answer, and they lapsed into silence once more.
So you found a place for the orrery?
Said Ammon, looking out to sea.
I did.
Agreed Magnus, running a hand across his features, and Ammon saw just how deep the weariness in his father's soul ran. Seeing him so bowed made Ammon want to weep.
The moment I left you, I was not myself.
Said Magnus, his blindfolded gaze never leaving the cold flames.
Much of me had been broken beyond repair, Ammon. Too much has already been lost. In truth, I am not sure I can ever be the soul I once was. If I go back with you, I fear I will diminish with every breath.
Ammon's anger fled in the face of Magnus's vulnerability. How little he and his brothers understood of their father's burdens, and how much they had taken his immortal presence and unbending strength for granted. Magnus reached out a hand to the fire, staring into his pellucid depths.
When I came back to myself, I was so very, very far from you, in time and space. I wanted to bring you to me, but I could hear the song of the world ocean calling to me in my mind. And when I found this planet, the place where I would build the orrery, and saw the scale of what lay before me, I knew I could only do it alone.
Why alone? I could have helped.
No. You would have been long dead by now.
Ammon kept silent. Magnus's words spoke of a time span where even a functionally immortal legionary would certainly perish.
And you spent all the time since then building the orrery, filling its world ocean with memory?
Among other things.
Said Magnus with a grin.
Sometimes I would fly the great ocean to gain a better understanding of how the galaxy had moved on without me. Once I even dared Lorgar's ruin storm and bore a creaking ship of Vulcan's lost sons through its tempests.
So what happens now?
Magnus stood, and his raven cloak parted to reveal his armor, burnished bronze and boiled red leather.
We go back to what remains of our great legion. We attempt to finish what I have started here with the time I have left.
Ammon stood and held out his hand.
We will finish it together.
We shall.
Said Magnus.
Interesting. Interesting. It sounds like Magnus has literally learned nothing from everything that's happened, but anyway.
The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of the infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far.
Magnus was in pieces. His back, shards of bone, broken on the knee of Russ. The 1,000 Suns fell to their knees. They felt hollow, their legion on the verge of despair. With his only mangled eye, Magnus looked to Ahriman, his son, and he poured knowledge into him. Ahriman understood exactly what he was trying to do. Prospero began to churn and warp. Reading from the book of Magnus, Ahriman spoke the words without understanding them. The 1,000 suns and Magnus began to glow. The wounded near corpse of Magnus spoke to Russ, telling him, "You are a sword in the wrong hands. You have severed an innocent neck." And then they were gone. All of them, The 1,000 suns had vanished. The feelings of a sickening vertigo pulsed through Magnus and the 15th Legion, as time and reality shifted over them and through them. They awoke to a place of black sand, boiling skies of strange colours and clouds. Jagged peaks soared all around them, with 9 unnatural suns that illuminated this strange place. A consciousness awoke. It was Magnus. He found himself in a broken parody of his once home of Tizca, his now prison, a Primarch and a Legion in exile, in the warp. Lorgar Aurelian spoke to him, his brother, the Primarch of the Word Bearers, and now servant of Chaos. Projecting his form to this ruined city of light, the two strode in the recreation of the Gallery of Pergamum, once home to millions of techs on Tizca, but it was now a broken, half-completed ruin, a shadow of its former self. Magnus had only managed to bring a portion of it with him, much like himself. The Crimson King spoke to his brother. They had once been close. Lorgar pleaded with him to join with Horus and the primordial truth, the gods of chaos, the ones who Magnus had always known about.
I mean, he's already basically there, you know?
Youth, the secret that he had kept, the forces that he had bargained with, the ones he knew were real. The Pantheon could help him. Their victory was inevitable. This war, this Horus heresy that now spread death and destruction across the galaxy, would destroy the Emperor. Why cling to this pathetic existence when he could be a god in waiting? Magnus rejected him. The wolves had destroyed his home, but he would not serve Horus. He wouldn't serve anyone. Lorgar was banished. His glittering psychic projections.
You know, it's interesting that he says that too, and it's similar to what Horus thought, that he wasn't serving anyone either, but, you know what happens there.
Snot from the ruins of the City of Light. A nearly exterminated legion gathered in the ruins of this new home, taking residence in the strange reflection of the towers that had once been theirs on true Prospero. All sorts of creatures and monsters of the warp began to inhabit the outskirts of this strange place. Assembling before their lord, the Legion could see it. Magnus was not himself. Lehman Russ, the Wolf King, had not just shattered his spine, but he had broken Magnus's soul. Shards, each a piece of one greater whole, had been spread across the galaxy in time. Azek Ahriman and Ammon met with their lord in the ruins of his tower. It was a mix of emotions to see him. Prospero had fallen because of his mistakes. He had let so many of them die, but it was him who had made the pact over 2 centuries ago to save them from the flesh change. He went out to battle Russ, knowing it was his death, and he did it for them. Ahriman looked to this incorporeal shard of Magnus and felt sorrow. Behind him were duplicates, psychic scribes, writing down every scrap of knowledge he had left in his disjointed memory. It was his last gift to humanity, to restore what he could of Tizca's great libraries, something for the generations to come to use, to push humanity towards their great future. The loss of Prospero, not just to Magnus, but to humanity, was monumental. The guilt at that, and yet also the anger at the sight of the wolves burning it, would not fade. But worst of all, this shard, all of them, were dying. Magnus was dying. The 1,000 sons, Ahriman, Ammon, Hathor Mat, and the others could see their lord had resigned himself to death. And with the now return of the flesh change emerging in their ranks, they had to do something. Magnus was broken. He knew it. He had given up. But they had not. Not yet. Assembling the ranks of the Legion, they gathered in the plains
crazy
of the
looking armor
strange
there.
world, bearing witness to the ghostly echoes of the burning of
Feels very much like the Jaffa armor in Stargate, you know. But I mean, that's all very Egyptian themed from both. So
Prospero, witnessing again the truly visceral mortal blow by the Wolf King on an apparition of Magnus, witnessing the shattering of his soul into shards and divining the locations of them across space and time. The 1,000 suns scattered, they would rebuild their Primarch, their home and legion, even if the rest of the galaxy was burning. Inside the City of Light, the Shard of Magnus, the Legion knew of, met with his friend Ammon. Ammon trying to convince his lord not to give up. The devotion of his friend, the effort of his sons across the galaxy warmed Magnus's heart. Ammon was right. They had been here for months, years. Time was not a certain thing on this world. They, like in Magnus's childhood, once again lifted themselves into the warp. They spoke of rebuilding. Together they would make an orrery of all of Prospero's knowledge and remake the Legion. They swam the great ocean, free from physical restraint and limit. It felt good. The Shard of Magnus, for the first time since Prospero's burning, felt alive again, with purpose. Ammon felt tears of joy to see his Primarch so invigorated, until the words slipped out. Uthazar, is that you? Confusion rippled in Magnus's aura. Magnus felt anger ripple within him. He didn't understand his surroundings. He was confused. Ammon tried to answer his questions, but each answer only hurt him more. He demanded that they return to Prospero. Sorrow fell over Ammon. More than Magnus's soul had been shattered.
interesting. It's almost like he has Primarch dementia. I mean, it would make sense, right? Like if his soul has been shattered into pieces, then each piece contains probably a certain amount of his memory and knowledge. So until all those shards were to get collected and put together, then yeah, chunks of him would be missing. So it would make sense that he's, you know, confused and doesn't understand what's going on.
His mind had been too. Confusion, panic, and grief spilled from this shard of the once great Crimson King. He fled from his loyal son, further into the darkest corners of the warp. Months, years, Ammon did not know. The echoing of Magnus traversed further into the depths of the warp, seeing untold horrors and wonders. The trail brought him glimpses of his lord. Each time it was only a pitiful creature that screamed and lamented on his arrogance, of how he had killed his own sons. Finally, across a river of souls, Ammon waded through, finding a hunched, blind figure upon the other side. Magnus, the Shard of Magnus. Time seemed to have diminished all of his features. Time in this place changed with almost every step. Untold millennia had passed for his lord. Ammon couldn't even fathom how long. What had this Magnus seen and done? Gone was the prideful, curious, ambitious nature Ammon had always known. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all of its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance, in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The mind of Magnus, powerful, infinitely complex, and truly beyond a mortal man's perceptions. His mind could correlate all of its contents. It could not retreat to the safety of ignorance. It couldn't forget, unlearn, or be at peace, be free from guilt or shame. Ammon realized now how little he truly understood of his lord. Perhaps feeling pity for the prison that really was Magnus's mind. It was heartbreaking to see the Crimson King, Magnus the Red, The man who had fought so hard for the future of humanity, so broken. It washed away all the resentment Ammon had carried for Nicaea and Prospero. Wisdom, the one piece missing for every decision he had ever made. The demons, pact, Nicaea, the breaking of Terra's wards, the burning of Prospero. All consequences of a man with power, but no wisdom to temper it. The time had given it to him.
No real understanding of the consequences of your actions. I mean, just moving forward arrogantly and ignorantly, which is ironic, again, because his statement is that, you know, the only evil is ignorance.
Him now, the ultimate perspective. The shard told Ammon he was not sure he could be the Magnus he had once been, but he finally agreed to return with Ammon. Scattered across space and time, more and more of the shards of Magnus were found. Below the ruins of true Prospero, a brother, Jagatai Khan, spoke with a splinter of his brother's soul. Ahriman and his cabal, who traversed time all the way to Terra during the early Great Crusade, found a shard inside the ruins of old Earth. A perilous journey made in pacts with creatures and demons. Upon the peak of Agru, the place Magnus had sealed during the Great Crusade, a shard battled a force of the wolves of Fenris. Inside the ashes of an urn, saved from Prospero's destruction, lay hidden a piece of that greater whole. Upon Terra, right inside the Imperial dungeon, Malkador the Sigillite found another broken shard of the Crimson King. The warrior, diplomat, the vengeful, the sorcerer, the curious. Not just his body and soul were broken. The very aspects of Magnus himself had been scattered, personified into singular characteristics that had made the man. For years, with the Horus heresy raging on, Magnus and the Thousand Sons were in exile, not truly taking a side, but that time was coming to an end. They could feel it. Unity was coming to the fragments, a time where they would soon be whole. With multiple shards in the Legion's hands, they headed to the location of their next piece, a world that was a scar in the mind of Magnus and the heart of the Thousand Sons, Nicaea. Nicaea, the world that bore the Legion's greatest shame, the place where Magnus had failed to save the use of psychic powers through the Librarius, all because the truth had been revealed.
I mean, I don't think there was really anything Magnus could have done or said that would have changed the Emperor's judgment after the Emperor delved into his mind and saw him already make a pact with, you know, a demon of chaos to save his sons from the flesh change, you know? So
that prideful Magnus had ventured into places he was warned not to explore.
Yeah.
And if a Primarch could break the Emperor's trust, how could others be allowed the chance?
Yeah.
With a shard of Magnus with Ammon upon the planet of sorcerers.
And I mean, Astartes, you know, who are empowered by the warp are already dangerous enough. Then you have a Primarch, you know, that would amplify it even more. I mean, I think Magnus, as far as like psychic ability goes, is literally only second to the Emperor. Like the Emperor is the only human, I don't know if necessarily being, right? I would assume there are some Eldari that are probably as powerful or more powerful than Magnus when it comes to psyker abilities. But yeah, as far as in the Imperium and as far as humans goes, there's the Emperor, Magnus, then I think it's Malkador, right? I think that's like the level of things. And then probably getting into some like Grey Knights or Custodes or whatever. Which do Custodes, are there psyker Custodes? I don't know. I don't think that's a thing, right?
Within Ahriman
Maybe I'm incorrect.
himself, collected from Terra, The chief librarian and his cabal journey to find another within the glittering caves and Colosseum of Nicaea. But they were not alone. The Imperium had gotten there first. A force of Malcador's knights errant and a squad of Space Wolves had come to contest the Thousand Suns, fearing what a reborn Crimson King would become and which side he would choose. As the Horus Heresy burned the galaxy, Ahriman felt the power of this place, the shard within him resonating. Ahriman was desperate to release the shard from within. The moments of their joining had been overwhelming. To see the world as his Primarch did, the flood of information and detail, the kaleidoscope of colour and noise. No wonder Magnus was seen as a demigod. Across the plateau, the place where Magnus had once delivered his speech of enlightenment, the two forces met, the chasm between them unreconcilable. Magnus and the Thousand Suns, renegades in the middle of the Horus Heresy. They had sipped from the poisoned chalice, dabbled in sorcery, but yet had not sided with Horus and the primordial annihilator. The agent of the Knights Errant and the Space Wolf squad squared up against them, having brought their own bound shards of Magnus to battle the Thousand Suns. The conflict broke out, as once again Space Wolves battled Thousand Suns, like music rhyming with the destruction of lost Prospero. Blood and bone crashed upon the basalt floor of the volcanic Colosseum, until the bound shard of Magnus the Imperials had brought was freed. The possessed human lifted into the air, the power of a Primarch and his turbulent natures fighting within him. The arena began to warp and change. Spikes of rock and crystal jutted from the ground and exploded around them, forming a dark mirror version of the architecture on Prospero. The veil had been breached, and the influence of the warp began to flow around them. A kaleidoscope of colour and power weaved around the dark crystal labyrinth. Demons from the warp haunted and whispered in the reflections and shadows. Towards the centre, again the two forces clashed, finding a towering projection of Magnus the Red, the shard of Nicaea, his very essence being devoured by the warp and demons at his feet. Was he letting himself die willingly? Ahriman did not know. Sacrificing one of his brothers, Hathor Mat, an act that disgusted his fellow Thousand Suns. They broke through towards the central chamber. Past the demons, Ahriman lifted up to face his lord, but was confronted by the possessed human Magnus, blocking him from the Nicaean shard. Venom and bile was spat from this possessed Magnus. It was the worst of the Primarch, his pride, arrogance and cruelty in one being. The shard within Ahriman rose up to fight, fully possessing Azek Ahriman. Two beings, both Magnus the Red, and yet both not. Each aspect of his soul, his personality, warrior, scholar, loyalist, traitor.
The various aspects of personalities of Magnus are fighting each other for supremacy, essentially, over what would eventually be, I guess, the body of Magnus, right? You know? So I guess it would determine what overall Magnus would become when he's whole again. That's kind of interesting.
All clashed
I'm
together.
assuming that's what would
In
happen.
a torrent of psychic storm and fire, the Magnus-possessed Ahriman got the upper hand and dragged the shards of his soul out of the possessed human. More whole than he had been in years, this Magnus the Red felt a clarity of sight and purpose that he had been missing, and bonded with the Nicaean shard, transported back to the planet of sorcerers, leaving the wolves behind. Ahriman brought the shards back to Ammon, upon a throne, with what was left of the body of the old Magnus. The shards began to flow back into their vessel. Once corpse-like skin began to return to crimson bronze. Muscles swelled with growth. Golden armor washed away rust and gleamed brilliant. and awe-inspiring. A scarlet mane of hair returned as one glittering eye opened once again. Magnus the Red was reborn. The 1,000 Suns staggered. The sight of their lord reborn, a gift amongst all they had lost. They loved him, their teacher, savior, and father, and yet a part of them hated him, the architect of their downfall, the destruction of their home. But they wouldn't lose any more. With the Crimson King restored, they would be reborn. With a clarity like a fresh breath, Magnus looked upon the sons that had saved him. He loved them. He had seen everything they had sacrificed for him and knew he could never repay it. Not truly. Crowned in fire, he declared to them all that he would fight for them. Not the Emperor, not Horus. That they would break into the Imperial Palace and claim the soul shard that lay upon Terra. And then they would rebuild and create the future of enlightenment. The 1,000 Suns screamed until their throats were raw for their lord, their Primarch, their Crimson King, unleashing their...
Like, have you not learned anything? Apparently not, you know? Doing, like, literally what you're doing right now is what started this whole thing to begin with, you know? Forcing your way into Terra. I mean, granted, right, like, it's slightly different because, you know, there's a piece of you there that you need to get back so you can be whole again. But, yeah. Like, okay, dude.
Moorings from the planet of sorcerers. Magnus and the surviving 1,000 Suns plunged their way towards the throne room. The galaxy was a very different place the last time the Legion had lived in the physical realm. It burned with the scars of years of Horus's betrayal. Many times had Lorgar attempted to bring Magnus to the gods of chaos, but he arrived not as a servant, but still his arms were welcomed by the War Master, Horus, the true architect of the burning of Prospero. But what could Magnus do against him now? He was a monster, elevated to a near equal of the Emperor's power, truly corrupted by the gods of the realm of madness. None of his brothers were the same. Fulgrim, Angron, Horus, Mortarion, and even Perturabo, the Lord of Iron, the one who had once cradled him upon his near death on Morningstar, was nothing but a cold, unfeeling husk of his former self. But yet neither was he the same. Prospero had broken him. The shards of his soul had seen and done things beyond imagination. Even now, partially put back together, he was not whole. He was so far from the hopeful, but yet prideful Magnus of the Great Crusade. Mortarion, one who had spoken so vehemently against the use of psychic powers at Nicaea, was a hulking beast of pus and weeping sores. Magnus comforted his brother, alleviating the pain of his new form, speaking honeyed words, but in truth judging, only here for the prize that lay behind the walls of Terra. A shard of his soul, the only thing in this universe that would make him complete. The siege of Terra had begun, the traitors and loyalist forces clashing in a conflict so violent and hateful it would scar the species forever. Weeks, months of brutal siege warfare, until Magnus finally spotted a weakness in the walls. Keeping the information to themselves, the Legion and Magnus attacked, now invaders on the world that had created them. Fire and smoke rained all around them as they punched into Terra's innermost defenses. But it was a diversion. Under the cover of the battle, Magnus, Ahriman, Aemon, Artahasis, and Menkura traveled deeper into the palace, psychically disguised as the sons of Sanguinius. Through the streets of the imperial capital, they saw the true cost of the war. The ordinary men women and children that cowered from the monsters outside the walls. Like on the world of Morningstar, Magnus felt the thoughts and feelings of the people around him. Their fear, their desperation, their hopes, their cries for the Emperor to save them and their families. He saw in this empire of the imperial truth, people praying. The realization of mortality brings out the best and the worst in humanity. But it felt good, in a way, to feel human emotion like this, Magnus thought. He wondered if he may run into the brother he respected, Sanguinius.
Yeah, it's probably interesting, right? He's been so detached from any kind of human emotion for so long, being trapped in the warp, that probably is kind of a strange new sensation to feel fear and hope and sorrow and all of those things that humans would be feeling in those kind of moments, you know? So, interesting.
Or the brother
Interesting that he recognizes that too.
Jagatai Khan. Further they travelled, Magnus feeling the essence of himself close by. The hidden entrance to the Hall of Leng was found, but refugees of this war had huddled all around him in this backwater alley. But before Magnus could unlock the entrance, the dome above him exploded in fire and ordnance. As the rubble came tumbling down towards them, Magnus made his choice. He dropped his disguise. Psychic might blazed from his hands, lifting the fallen rubble. The refugees huddled below the enormous figure as the Crimson King shielded them from death. He saved them. Time was his enemy, but he chose to save them. He couldn't let them die. It was instinct. Maybe he was not what he once was, but he was still human. Inside of him was the Magnus who had earned the title of the Crimson King.
That's why I feel like, you know, this, what's going on here in the statement, it's one of the things that makes me feel like if any, I mean, I don't know the full story of Magnus, but I feel like out of all of the demon Primarchs that I know of so far, I feel like Magnus is the one that has the greatest potential for redemption. You know, I mean, he made a lot of mistakes. He understands his mistakes now, although so far in the story, it doesn't sound like he's really learning from them at all. He's just kind of repeating them in different ways. But there still is, what is being shown here, you know, a spark of humanity left in them, protecting the innocents, not wanting to hurt people. Right now, he's just on a mission to become whole again, and then to take his sons to a safe haven, essentially, that is separate from the Empire or the Imperium, that is separate from, you know, Horus's heresy and from the war, and to just kind of create like a utopia of knowledge and discovery for them. And that's just all he really wants to do. And obviously he felt great regret about his actions with letting down the Emperor, and he wanted to obviously warn the Emperor of what was going to happen, etc. So I don't know. But it feels like out of all the Primarchs that are demon Primarchs, he has, I guess, the greatest potential for redemption if that were to even happen. You know what I mean? I mean, like, it seems like in the present 40K timeline, they're bringing the Primarchs back, and that will eventually probably lead to the Emperor's return in some way, shape, or form. And so I feel like Games Workshop is probably at some point going to maybe mix things up, and maybe certain demon Primarchs, again, like Magnus, might end up wanting to be redeemed or doing things to redeem themselves. And then maybe certain loyalists might fall. Like, they might switch things up. You know what I'm saying? Where certain loyalists might fall to chaos, and certain demon, you know, Primarchs might come out of that and be redeemed. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just speculating, you know, maybe that's something that would happen. Maybe it wouldn't. I feel like I've talked about this kind of a little bit in some other 40K videos, right? Like, I'm always down for a good redemption story. And it's hard for someone like Abaddon or Abaddon, whatever you want to call him, right? Like someone who's been leading the Black Crusades, basically trying to take up the banner of what Horus had beforehand against the Imperium. I don't really see like him or any of those Chaos Space Marines like being able to truly be redeemed. But I could see someone like I could see some of the Primarchs doing that, though. I could see some of the Primarchs like coming to a realization of what they currently are and trying to break free from the Chaos Gods, especially Magnus with his, psychic abilities and his potential understanding. But anyway, so who knows? Who knows what'll happen? But yeah, I feel like if any of the Demon Primarchs were to be quote unquote redeemed, I feel like Magnus would probably be the closest one to it. So anyway.
Man who had shielded the people on Morningstar from the falling ship. With the people safe, Magnus took his first steps into the Hall of Leng, the ancient tunnels that ran into the depths of the Imperial Palace, created by a mad people in a forgotten age. For miles, him and his sons trudged, until they saw two figures, one robed, hunched man that Magnus recognized instantly. "Welcome home, Magnus," said Malkador the Sigillite.
Only time will tell what is a mistake and what is not. But an inability to believe you can ever make a mistake is dangerous. It leaves a mind open to certainty, and unwavering certainty is our greatest enemy. Always question, and always be open to different ways of thinking, other ways of untangling the knot.
Magnus expected to see hate in his brother's eyes, but he only saw great sadness. In times of old, he might have embraced his brother in a clatter of warplate, made some aloof comment on his dull pragmatism, or counseled him to lift his gaze from the forge fire once in a while. But these were not times of old. They were new days of war and death. What could he say to a brother who thought him a monster?
I have a memory.
He began, his voice as cracked and broken as his soul.
A faded scrap of a memory, but a memory nonetheless. I stood vigil over your body with one of your sons. I do not know his name, but he held fast to his belief that you would walk among us again. I saw a white flame eternal, a mountain of black smoke and world-ending fire. I did not know what it meant at the time.
This is Vulcan, I
That
think.
son was Artellus Numion.
Said Vulcan.
Yep.
It is only thanks to his courage and faith that I live again. And it was thanks to you he was able to bring me home to Nocturne.
I don't remember that. Not fully. But I saw your corpse, cold and lifeless. How is it that you are alive?
In truth, I do not know. The ancient fire priests of Nocturne would say that the Urdrakes who dwell in the world of my birth brought me back. They would say the great drakes breathed the unbound flame into my soul and ignited the fire in my heart once more.
Magnus smiled at Vulcan's words and cast his gaze around the vast cavern.
I admire the poetic turn of phrase, but this is the world of your birth. Of all our births.
Our father crafted the iron of my soul and the stone of my flesh here, but it was Nocturne that made me, just as Prospero made you.
Vulcan took a step closer, and Magnus tensed, but his brother's intent was not violence.
The Imperium is sundered by the flames of war, and nothing ever returns from the fire unchanged. No matter the outcome of the fighting above, the Imperium will never be the same again.
Magnus nodded.
I am no master of hearth and forge like you, brother, but the fire strengthens some things, does it not?
In the hands of a skilled smiter, aye, it can.
Agreed Vulcan.
But the fires burning all across Terra are those of a blind apprentice. Nothing good will come of it.
Warming to his theme, Magnus said,
The transformative nature of fire, though clearly destructive, is often a necessary precursor to change. Perhaps, in the grand scheme of things, that will be a good thing. The enemy of progress is stasis, and all things have in their nature a tendency towards complexity. That tendency has carried the universe from almost perfect simplicity to the level of magnificence we see all around us.
Always the teacher,
said Vulcan with a wry smile. It was a rare enough thing that Magnus felt the rest of his metaphysical argument dissipate entirely. But as pleasant as it was to stand face to face with his brother, Magnus knew he was an unwelcome visitor in his father's great sanctum. He was diminished, but Vulcan, for all that he had apparently died, seemed mightier than ever.
Do you intend to stop me?
that depends, brother. Do you still intend to cast that spear of yours?
Magnus looked down at the spear, and his form twisted, transforming from a weapon of war to the crook-topped staff of a master of Prospero's fellowships.
I don't know anymore. When I followed Revelation, I was singular in my purpose, but now I have wandered far, but I am more lost than ever before.
You are not lost, my son. You are exactly where you need to be.
Magnus looked into his father's eyes as they opened in golden fire. Tizca. Magnus drew in a breath as he beheld the City of Light in all its glory. Flashes of sunlight glittered like noonday stars from the polished glass of the Great Pyramids. The sky was the perfect shade of cornflower blue, and the scent of the recent summer rain was like honeydew. Clouds ran in thin lines of purple over the mountainous horizon. Tears came to him, and he let them flow for the loss of his homeworld.
It was so beautiful,
he said, sensing an unmistakable presence behind him.
It was. I remember the day I first set foot on Prospero. You had made a paradise here, my son.
The only paradise is a paradise lost. It exists now only in my memory, for the reality of what has become of Tizca is too painful.
His father nodded.
A wise man once said that as memory may be a paradise from which we cannot be driven, it may also be a hell from which we cannot escape.
Magnus turned to his father, seeing him clad all in gold, his armor too brilliant to look upon. At first glance, it could be mistaken for something ceremonial, its every plate engraved and etched with Baroque carvings, studded with polished gemstones, and its every fluted edge worked with the most intricate of details. But upon closer inspection, it was clear this armor had seen fierce battle, bore the impact of many weapons, and was stained with the blood of countless foes. He shone with an inner light that Magnus well remembered from that first meeting, when they had embraced beneath the fire of the Pyrie Fellowship Pyramid.
I came to kill you.
I know. Is that still your intent?
I no longer understand what my intent is. The variables at play in the galaxy defy any of the formulae I might divine. Even the Order of Ruin would fail to see a path in this dark forest.
Then allow me to show you a possible path,
said the Emperor. His father set off along one of the side streets, running towards the Ocularium Square. They passed an ornamental garden of psychically sculpted topiary, in which scholars led discussion groups. Couples read together in comfortable silence, and laughing children passed a ball between them, using only the power of their minds. The people of Tizca walked around them, as clean-limbed and beautiful as he remembered them, robed in many colors, with great minds and inquisitive natures. It was almost too much to bear.
Why did you bring me here?
I did not. You did.
That's not what I meant. Why did you bring me here to stand before you? If Malkador wasn't lying, then you wanted me here, right now, in front of you.
His father nodded.
Malkador spoke true. It was the last thing he did.
Magnus hung his head in shame.
I did not mean to kill him.
I know, but his death was a sacrifice he knew he might be asked to make. He knew that and accepted it. Another death in a grand procession
Malkador
of
the
them.
gangster.
Painful in its own way, for he and I have shared a journey longer than most men or gods can dare reckon. Yet, in the macro of what our species faces, his death is irrelevant.
I always forget
pretty
how cold you can be.
Pretty
It
cold.
is not coldness. It is reality. What might be gained by his sacrifice will be of far greater worth than a single life. 1,000.
I hate to pause it there, but like that just brings more into perspective of the Emperor, right? And again, like when someone's been alive, experienced as much as the Emperor must have, you know, in the 50,000 plus years that he's been around, I feel like that's the kind of what would seem cold to us is just what reality is. You know, he sees reality for what it is and is able to try, or I guess, you know, the Emperor is like in a balance of keeping humanity, you know, like keeping his humanity, but at the same time, you know, understanding what reality really is. I mean, when you've lived that long, how many people have you known and how many people have you seen died? How many people have you loved and how many people have you lost? You know? And eventually that like just becomes an understanding of that's what reality is. You're going to be here for who knows how long, and any attachments you make with anyone, eventually they're going to go away. And so it's like you just have to enjoy the time you have with those people and those relationships for what you can, because eventually they will end, and you know you'll form new ones with others, and then those will go away, etc. You know what I mean? So it's like it seems cold to us, and it is cold, but at the same time it's the truth of what his reality is for someone who's been around that long, you know?
Lives would still be a price worth paying for what you and I might achieve.
You and I.
And the promise of that word was the first light of dawn.
I don't understand.
I wanted you here before me, so there would be no mistakes, no misunderstandings, and no way for the ruinous powers set against me to twist my words or intent. I wanted you here before me, so you could look me in the eye and understand the truth of what I offer.
Magnus's breath was caught in his throat. His father turned to face him, and Magnus met his terrible gaze, feeling the inhuman power that lay at his heart. It was power that could strip a man down to atoms in a heartbeat and breathe him anew with an exhalation. That power had endured uncounted millennia, growing with every passing century and honing its edge for the age in which it was needed.
And what is it you offer?
The chance to stand at my side once again. Forgiveness.
He killed him. Malkador, the Sigillite, right hand of the Emperor, and Magnus's once tutor. In the Hall of Leng, the Sigillite met with Magnus and his sons. No custodians, no sisters of battle, no hostility. They barbed and jousted with their words. Had Magnus just come for the soul shards, or perhaps in his heart, vengeance for Prospero? Would that be unjustified? He had tried to save Horus, tried to warn the Emperor and save the Imperium, only for his world to be burned, the wealth and knowledge of Tizca that he had spent lifetimes building destroyed. So much lost forever. Horus was the architect, Malcador spat back. Blood was on his hands, but the image of the wolves destroying everything he loved. They were the Emperor's executioners. What did they think would happen when they sent them? He didn't deserve it. He had done nothing wrong. Malcador told him he was right to feel sorrow for all he had suffered, but he was not faultless. His actions had broken the psychic wards in the webway below Terra. His folly. But this path he walked was not too far trodden to return from. Looking around him, Magnus saw 20 temples, sized to the proportion of Primarchs. It would have been their homes, for a life lived on Terra, a place for a father and his sons. The shard of himself had been here. He could feel it, the touch of distant memory caressing his mind. He is the best part of me, the shard of his nobility, the part that had cried for humanity on Morningstar long ago. But he was wrong. Malcador told him that the shard was just a part of him, of all of the shards that had formed this complete being before him. They were not aspects, not divided personalities, just pieces, just him. Magnus gripped Malcador by the throat. His blood roared with rage. No, it could not be. He felt its goodness, its purity. Magnus needed him. Without him, he was no better than a beast. He was no better than he was now, a creature of pride, hate, and rage. He would not be like his fallen brothers. He could be whole. He is gone, Malcador rasped out, beyond even your reach. The Crimson King howled in rage as Malcador burned alive in his grip. Nothing but a charred skeleton remained. No.
He definitely has like some weird anger issues with just, randomly. I mean, this doesn't seem very random, but like when he knew Prospero was going to burn and various, Thousand Sons were trying to come and talk to him, he's just like, you're dead, you pissed me off, you're dead. It's like, and it's also ironic because, again, several of the occasions, he'd mentioned something earlier in the video of he didn't want, like, someone knew too much, or he didn't want people to know certain things, and so he killed them for it. And the irony, of course, is because his saying is that ignorance is the only evil. So it's like, I don't know. Very strange and contradictive.
It could not be. All he had done, the blood and death, the mistakes, he had justified them, allaying.
And also, this just kind of like a thought came into my mind. It makes me wonder too if, like, from the very beginning when the Chaos Gods scattered the Primarchs, if each Chaos God kind of marked the Primarchs for themselves in certain ways, right? Because, like, at least Magnus in general, with his the curse that his legion has with the flesh change, that very much just played into Tzeentch's hands, and Tzeentch just had to essentially wait for Magnus to seek him out. And even though Magnus didn't realize he was making a pact with Tzeentch, just thought it was some other kind of great warp entity potentially, it still played into Tzeentch's hands. So it just makes me wonder, right? Like, if certain Primarchs had been kind of like some of the Chaos Gods, like, had their eye on them and, like, from the beginning really plotted on them to fall certain ways toward them. And maybe some of the loyalists too, but it just didn't work out that way. I don't know.
The guilt at the feet of the separate parts of himself.
Wouldn't surprise me that would be the case.
Only time will tell what is a mistake and what is not. But an inability to believe you can ever make a mistake is dangerous. It leaves a mind open to certainty. An unwavering certainty.
Massive
is
ego
our
problems
greatest
too.
Enemy. He was Magnus the Red, Crimson King Primarch of the 15th. He has studied more, seen more, and endured more than any. How could those mistakes be his
know about that.
fault? He should be beyond them. Staring out of his chambers to witness the burning of Prospero, feeling immense guilt for failure, almost broke him. He would not return to that. His mind couldn't shatter the idea of who he was. It would break him. Anger washed over Magnus. He was angry at himself, Horus, and the Emperor. His soul shard was lost, but they would not retreat when so deep inside the Imperial Palace. They would cut off the head. They would kill the Emperor. Through the innermost sanctums, Magnus and his sons raced. Nothing but vengeance on his mind. A clouding red mist that needed to be sated, needed to be justified. Closer Magnus delved, until in a room of antiques of old Earth, a psychic apparition of the Emperor appeared. Revelation. Magnus was welcomed through, directly into the throne room. He was on guard, standoffish, but then he saw it. He saw him, locked upon a titanic throne of gold and silver, a figure clad in brilliant Oramite armor. Amber light glowed from him, swirling around the archaic device he sat upon. With his sons holding ground below, Magnus made his long approach up the enormous staircase towards his father. A procession of resentment, bitterness, and anger swelling within each step he took. He looked upon his father's face, strained and locked within concentration. It had been decades since they had been this close, since they had bathed in the power of each other's presence. Magnus thought of Prospero, of his decimated home and legion, the outlawing of psychic powers at Nicaea, the father who shared nothing of his plans and schemes, and ignorance whose very consequences had made him suffer so greatly. He raised his arm, forming a harpoon-like spear of power. His hands trembled. He hated him, and yet he loved him. The man who he had admired the most.
I mean, that seems to be an issue with a lot of the fallen Primarchs. Is, you know, they hate the Emperor, but they love him. They have daddy issues, and especially Horus. You know, I mean, Horus from the beginning, in the Horus, you know, the first book, Horus Rising, very much had an inferiority complex to the Emperor and thought that, you know, he wasn't worthy. He was going to make some kind of mistake. He was going to disappoint the Emperor, and he was going to ruin what the Emperor wanted for the Great Crusade and humanity, etc. So that like doubt really kind of is one of the things that led to his, you know, eventual fall to chaos. So all of the Primarchs that end up becoming, you know, demon Primarchs, etc., or traitorous ones have certain kinds of daddy issues, it seems, especially, you know, Horus and Conrad. Conrad, in a certain way, though, it's like, I don't know, when you have a vision of your own death and your father is responsible for it, that would definitely mess you up. But at the same time, as was brought to him, you know, by the Emperor, he always had a choice. He just refused to see the choice because he wanted to believe that his fate was set and that it wasn't his fault for being the way that he was, essentially. Anyway, that's a whole different Primarch.
The man he had always hoped would be proud of him. The man who had caused him so much pain. I loved you like no other, he whispered. He hesitated. Tears stung his eye. Why had it come to this? Behind the throne, an enormous figure leapt forward, landing in front of the Emperor. A man that matched the size of Magnus, donned in green battle plate. Vulcan. Time moved at a fractional pace as the three demigod beings stood atop the golden throne. It was as if the galaxy spun around this very moment. At the stairs, A force of space wolves and salamanders engaged with Ahriman, Aemon, and the other 1,000 Sons, but the three paid no heed to the battle below. Brother, the word hit like a gut punch. Magnus and Vulcan both understood together just how much that word had changed, how much it hurt, and warmed them too. It was not hate that Magnus saw in Vulcan's ember-red eyes, but sorrow. The brother who had always looked to the sky, and the brother whose gaze was always locked upon the earth. It felt good to converse with a brother again. Vulcan word pulling at the humanity that still resided within Magnus. He was confused. What did he want? He had been blinded by hurt and anger for so long that he hadn't truly thought of what the future looked like, what he wanted to rebuild. What did that vision entail, truly? Finally, those golden eyes opened as his father, the Emperor of Mankind, finally spoke directly to his son, free from the influence of chaos that had been manipulating Magnus for years. They connected psychically. A vision of Prospero coalesced into view, its very sight a knot on Magnus's heart. Oh, how he missed his world, lamenting of the magnitude of what was lost as it had burned. Magnus realized now that he had been allowed inside the Imperial Palace, allowed into the Golden Throne Room. Even the death of Malkador was in sacrifice to it, so the Emperor could offer him forgiveness. The Emperor showed him a future, one with Horus at their side, as the Great Crusade reached the edge of the galaxy, a future that never came to pass, and the truth about the vision of Magnus upon the Golden Throne, how it was no prison, but a manipulation of the demon on Prospero. It was a future of enlightenment, where humanity was victorious, and once again we returned to a golden era. Magnus wanted it, the redemption, the forgiveness, the absolvement of his sins, but something gnawed at him. There's a price, isn't there? Wisdom. Magnus had finally learnt that such offers do not come free, and the price would be a new legion of warriors greater than any living now, a legion for him to replace the old. The 1,000 Sons had to be annihilated. The flesh change. They had been tainted by the warp and could not exist in the new era. How? How could I fight at your side, knowing I had condemned my sons to death?
I mean, yeah, that's a rough choice, dude. You know, because again, he's grown close to them, and who wouldn't? You know, it's like you're asking me to sacrifice these people who have given everything for the Imperium to have this golden era, to, you know, for them to essentially not be able to live in it. You know, it's pretty unfair. But again, the same thing happened with the Thunder Warriors. You know, the Thunder Warriors were a tool to unite Terra under the banner of the Emperor, and once their usefulness was, you know, expended, they were too wild to essentially go out and affect the Great Crusade, because they would probably just burn planets down instead of actually trying to turn and subjugate them to the Imperial truth, you know? So they had to be eliminated so the Astartes could be the thing in the Great Crusade that happened. And then, you know, any kind of taint of the warp and demonic essence would also have to go, which would mean the 1,000 Sons and potentially maybe even the Primarchs, you know, because who knows what exactly was done to them to give them the enhanced abilities they have. Definitely something more than just genetic manipulation, you know? I mean, like, the Custodes seem to be the exact, like, they seem to be the end game as far as like genetic manipulation can be. They're as like perfect as a human enhancement can go with what the Emperor seems to know now. And then to make a Primarch, there has to be something extra added to that mix. That's what it seems like.
I would look upon these new warriors and see in them the faces of my betrayed legion. What kind of father would I be if I were to forsake them? How could you ask this of me? Magnus was furious. His sons, they had suffered Nicaea, they had suffered Prospero, and when his body and soul were broken, they had put him back together. How could he forsake them? They couldn't be saved, according to whom? He could save them. He knew it. Why couldn't he try? Anger
You already
and
did,
grief
and look where it got you.
annihilated the hope Magnus had just felt.
I mean, you sacrificed your eye because you thought you saved them, and then it ended up backfiring and just, you know, made you beholden to Tzeentch, which is what would end up happening again. You'd find other ways and just eventually probably fall back into making a pact with another god.
Asked Vulcan, would he sacrifice his sons? The words of Magnus echoed once again. When you love something with every fragment of your soul, you will sacrifice anything to save it. Liars, all of them. Magnus spat as his jaw clenched with hate. You promise forgiveness, then make it acceptance impossible. Magnus raised his spear as Vulcan brought up his hammer, and once again in this universe of cruelty and heresy, brother fought brother.
The Demon Primarch.
Without the light of chaos, the universe would stagnate and collapse. Only through this struggle can any advancement occur. The minds of gods are not for mortals to know or to judge. Accept that Tzeentch has a place for all of us in his grand scheme, and be happy in the part you have to play.
This is what I would have you understand, brother. The Imperium is the lie we tell ourselves to make sense of a reality we fear to face. We tell each other that it is necessary, that we do what must be done, that whatever might replace it would be worse. But look at all that we do not say. Father is a tyrant, and you, out of all of us, should have seen that first. The Imperium is built on the lies of a would-be god and the violence of his crusade. What benevolent monarch instigates a crusade? Under the Emperor, we have perpetuated a holy war that has sucked worlds dry of resources and cost billions upon billions of lives. We have spent life like meaningless currency, all because one man said we must. How many cultures have we annihilated, Vulcan? How many have we assimilated and robbed of their vitality, replacing innovation with conformity? How much knowledge have we destroyed because Father decided no one was allowed to learn it?
This is how it got to you, isn't it?
Vulcan knew the answer, even as he asked the question.
The creature that gouged its way inside your soul and laid its eggs there. The thing that pulls on your strings. Did it promise you knowledge? Did it paint the Emperor as the death of enlightenment?
Magnus's expression answered for him. Long red hair fell to frame his face, and the sorcerer brushed it back from his cheeks.
The Imperial truth is a lie. The empire we built cannot be reformed, only overthrown. From violence it was born, and in violence it must end. Don't you see? Once the board is swept clean, we can start again. with our eyes open, aware of the truths of the universe.
You make this sound like a principled stand. As if all you have done, all Horus has done, could ever be justified.
Magnus turns to him sharply.
I? What do I have to justify?
Are you kidding me, brother?
Each time I was attacked, I defended myself. Each time they tried to silence me, I made sure to speak out. The Imperium lavished punishments upon my legion, draping its hypocrisy over us as a funeral shroud.
You were playing with
We
demons,
fought
brother.
back.
Vulcan met Magnus's gaze, seeing the ironclad surety there. This was futile. He knew it, yet the words came forth anyway.
Look at the horrors your side has unleashed upon Terra. The massacres, the mutations. Magnus, you are taking part in the extinction of your species. You cannot truly think you have done nothing wrong. Even you, brother. Even you in your arrogance cannot believe this is justified.
Necessity justifies all. And this is necessary.
Sounds like a Sith
Without
Lord.
this primeval force, without this chaos, there will be stagnation. Ignorance instead of illumination.
It is a very interesting take.
Existence instead of life. I did not write the laws of our universe, brother. I take no joy in the truth of reality, but I won't hide from it.
Vulcan looked at him as if he spoke in another tongue.
Necessary, you say?
Magnus nodded, and Vulcan continued.
Necessary according to whom? The alien god that exalted you and now demands you commit genocide?
Magnus clenched his teeth, and the world turned. But not far. It turned to reveal Tizca, city of light, metropolis of white pyramids and silver spires. The city was aflame beneath them, burning from the raining hellfire of an imperial fleet. The golden vessel of the Emperor's chosen, sleek black hunting ships of the Sisters of Silence, the many, many warships in the storm cloud grey of the Space Wolves.
The raising of Prospero.
There was murder in Magnus's eye, murder and sorrow.
Bear witness to our brother Russ, bringing death to my homeworld and all.
I mean, again, right, as stated, there are definitely actions you could have taken to prevent this. There are things that you could have done previously that would have never made this necessary. But you chose differently. You chose to go against the Emperor's wishes. You chose to go against his will. You betrayed him, etc.
Its people. Tell me, Vulcan, would you have reacted with temperance to this, had it been the destruction of Nocturne?
Vulcan didn't need to stare at the orbital bombardment. He'd read the reports, seen the Picts, and the footage, and spoken to many of the custodians that took part in the ground assault. Nothing unfolding here was a revelation he wished to experience twice.
Russ was lied to by Horus, deceived into attacking.
I know. It changes nothing.
Doesn't
But it
though?
should. You, who value truth so highly, willingly align yourself with the one that engineered Prospero's death. And when the Space Wolves fleet arrived in your sky, what did you do, Magnus? Did you try to enlighten Russ?
Yeah.
Did you use your power to prevent the assault?
Nope.
Or did your belief in your own persecution leave you assuming the worst of
Yep.
the Emperor's intentions? All witness accounts say you languished in your tower,
Yep.
welcoming the destruction as your penance, until you decided to fight in the final hours when it was far too late to stop the massacre.
Vulcan gestured to the destruction raining from the upper atmosphere. Lance strikes, drop pods, the slower trails of gunships making their descent.
Why would the Emperor order you and your entire legion dead? Did you not stop to wonder at the scale of this misunderstanding?
Magnus laughed at the question, the sound wet and bitter. He gestured away from the burning city, and the world turned, falling away. They were in the webway again, but no longer upon the lost bridge. They drifted through the oval tunnels, following the angles that hurt the human eye. Always ahead of them, an avatar of fire blazed through the tunnels, shattering the wraithbone membranes without heed, blind and deaf to the horde of demons surging in the webway in its wake.
I did this. I thought he wished to punish me for ruining his great work.
For a moment, Magnus paused, gazing at the host of Neverborn, darkening the tunnels, as if seeing them for the first time.
But how was I to know? He refused to tell me of his grand plan. If he had told me...
Vulcan resisted the urge to spit at the sudden foul taste on his tongue.
Again, you see the worst in all others, absolving yourself of blame.
Yep.
Why did you need to know?
Could have just
the great
trusted in the
work?
Emperor and
You were warned
not
not to
gone
toy
against what he
with the
said.
warp. We all were. But you couldn't resist. You believed that you knew more. That you knew best.
Yep.
And why is it that you alone lament being kept unapprised of Father's plans? Why is Sanguinius not enraged that he never knew of the Webway project? Why am I not enraged that I was kept ignorant of it? Why did you need to know?
Magnus's eye gleamed at the reflection of the burning icon ahead. His former self, years before, racing to warn the Emperor of Horus's betrayal, reducing the webway to unsanctified rubble with his passing.
Had I known the truth, I would never have done what I did. Father should have told me.
Vulcan laughed, unable to believe what he was hearing.
How could Father have predicted you would defy his one command? Not only did you use the warp against his orders, you fueled your psychic warning with human sacrifice. How could any of us have known you were capable of such barbarity?
Yep.
Magnus exhaled, slowly.
I'm sorry, but Vulcan's just spitting facts here, and Magnus really doesn't have any true rebuttal. Like, it's you know, Magnus is just sitting here trying to play the victim and not wanting to take responsibility for his actions and saying he didn't know any better. If only the Emperor had told me, I would have done things differently. I mean, yeah.
His hands clutching the folds of his toga. He spoke a word of power, and the world turned. They were in the throne room. The blazing avatar had incarnated before the scientists and techno-magicians of the Emperor's secret work. It had forced the webway portal open, making it radiate wounded light. It grew dark with the silhouettes of demons as they drew near. The custodians present, precious few of them, for how could they have anticipated the sudden death of the Emperor's dream? They opened fire on the image of ghostly flame. It ignored their paltry defiance, and it ignored the explosions its arrival had birthed across the great laboratory. It hovered before the Emperor, like some spectre of religious revelation from the ancient tomes, when such things were believed by credulous men.
I had to warn him,
said Magnus, watching the scene.
No, you believed you had to warn him. You believed as you always believe.
And I mean, again, you could have done it in person, right? Like, I understand, like, his idea was urgency and that, you know, he had these warp abilities and that was the quickest way for him to do it. But you could have, again, got on a ship and said, we need to head to Terra immediately and done it in person. You know, that would have given, I don't know, man. It just would have bypassed all of these issues. You know, you could have then in front of the Emperor said, yes, I apologize. I went against your wishes. I saw this in the warp. I've come to you in person on my knees, begging your forgiveness, but I saw what's to come, the betrayal of Horus, etc. You know, and punish me however you want to, or allow me to help and, you know, give me a chance to redeem myself, give my sons a chance to redeem themselves. You know, there are other ways you could have gone about it, but, you know, again, in your arrogance, you thought you couldn't do anything wrong. So, yeah.
You knew best. that you had to act, that you alone knew what had to be done. And never once did you think, through all this destruction, that there was something deceiving you.
The sorcerer glared
Yep.
at him.
Why do you speak to me as if I were a lowly pawn in this game of regicide?
You
The
are.
War Master and the Emperor both know I am the most valuable piece on the board.
Ego.
Vulcan was
Okay.
unmoved by the sorcerer's words, and by the cataclysm playing out before him. His tone was patient, as it had been in the days before the war.
Vanity is what leads you, Magnus. You choke on arrogance, unable to see you are the architect of your own downfall. All the others, all of Horus's broken monsters, at least they can see the bars of their cages. Even Horus, driven out of his mind to serve as a hive for the Pantheon, knows in his soul's core that he has lost control. You are the only one that still believes he is free.
Vulcan just
Magnus's
spitting facts,
body
man.
was shattered. Nearly every bone was broken, as his once friend and brother Vulcan was on the verge of beating him to death. The two Primarchs dueled like champions of a gladiatorial pit in front of their father. Each
like
of them
Magnus is 0 for
broken
2
and
here
bloodied,
against
as two demigods
the Primarchs.
smashed and stabbed at each other with a speed beyond human perception. Magnus screamed that if I must be damned with my sons, I will be full damned. A battle cry of hate, as Vulcan eventually pummeled and hacked Magnus down until he was nothing but a bloody pile that barely resembled the human form. Vulcan, with pain in his voice, lamented for his brother's choice. It didn't have to be this way. He could have stood at their side again. He could have been his brother again. The price was too high. Even if they were damned and corrupted, even one was too many. As Magnus lay dying at the feet of Vulcan and his father, his heart full of hate at the man who had given him no true choice at all, he cursed him. Again, since Nicaea, Prospero, and now Terror, all he had done was defend himself, a victim of others' choices, an emperor who chose not to share his secrets, a brother who architected Prospero's burning, and another brother who enacted that violence without question. And now a redemption they knew was impossible to take. But something did have a choice for him. A voice crept into the mind of dying Magnus, an offer he had heard many times before. Ascension, enlightenment, a future without restriction like Nicaea, a future where the only good is knowledge and the only evil is ignorance. And he could have what the Emperor kept from him, the knowledge of the warp that he so selfishly kept to himself, immortality and power, and a future where his sons could live under the warm embrace of Tzeentch. Without the light of chaos, the universe would stagnate and collapse. Only through this struggle can any advancement occur. The Emperor wanted stasis, stagnation, and the death of knowledge. He was the enemy of enlightenment. Magnus finally made a choice. His head tilted back as eldritch sapphire light burst from him. Blue and pink fire washed over him as Magnus felt his limbs reknit. Magnus lifted into the air as time and space warped around him, and with a sickening smile, Magnus looked one last time upon the throne room as he ascended into the warp. An apotheosis had washed over Magnus. He felt his body transform. He began to enlarge. He grew hoofed feet, jutting horns, and psychedelic avian wings sprouted from his back. The very power of change rippled through him, as warp energy flowed through every fiber and cell. One baleful eye opened that saw into spectrums of light, ley lines of time and formulae he could only dream of before. His mind was different. No, more. It was intoxicating. The power and knowledge at his fingertips. It would all be his. Vengeance, knowledge, power. It all belonged to the greatest being in the universe. Him. If this is my fate, then I regret nothing. Better to have bathed in the light than cower in darkness. Better to have flown too close to the sun than never feel its heat. No more boundaries. No more a pawn in others' games. The universe and time was his to do with as he wished. And what he desired more than anything now was the fall of the Emperor. Inside the webway, the demon Primarch returned. Where once had been the place of his folly, it would now be his greatest triumph. Inside the ruins of an ancient Eldari city, Magnus began to throw a psychic assault upon the Emperor's own psychic barriers. A pressure that weakened the master of mankind as the siege of terror raged on. A challenge that had to be answered. Inside a strange Xenos tower, Magnus saw his brother. The Lord of Drakes, Vulcan, approached. To the loyal son of the Emperor, he saw a face that was a mask of condescending horror, smug with amassed knowledge, cyclopic, fanged, bestial, all nobility gone, leaving an animalistic superiority in its place. Magnus taunted his brother. He read every thought, every tang of pity in Vulcan's mind. But it was Magnus who felt true pity. Oh, how ignorant and blind Vulcan was. How it was a waste to explain fate, destiny, and agency to a being that could not grasp its true intricacies like he had. The clash began, Magnus roaring with laughter as Vulcan tried to match him. Magnus towered over his pathetic brother as psychic fire met great hammer in this ancient city of ruins. Magnus connected with Vulcan's mind one last time, showing him the hypocrisy of the Emperor, the man who had enacted a crusade that had wiped billions from the universe in order to create his imperium of stagnation, that every action he had taken, he was punished for. Nicaea, Prospero, his folly were all because the Emperor had hoarded knowledge from him. It was not his fault. Even now his actions were necessary. Necessary according to whom? Magnus had delved too far into the warp because he had to know. He had been warned not to, but he knew better. Oh, the great knowledgeable Magnus didn't think that he could be manipulated, that his judgment surpassed the
When he was
Emperor,
manipulated the whole
that
time.
he could outwit the gods of chaos.
But he fell right into their trap.
alone was responsible for saving the Imperium and warning the Emperor with methods that were forbidden to him. That when Prospero burned, he believed that his guilt, his punishment was so deserved that he did nothing when the wolves came. He didn't try to reason with Russ or defend his world. He wallowed in his own guilt
Until it was too
and
late.
didn't raise a
And then it broke
finger
him.
to spare the others caught up in his self-sacrifice. That when he was offered redemption, he refused it. And in truth, it was not because of his sons, but because he desperately needed to be in control, the one who had the choice. That every failure and mistake, every boundary broken was not his fault, because the idea of the great Magnus the Red being responsible was too much to bear. Why do you speak to me as if I were a lonely pawn in this game of regicide?
As you are.
The War Master and the Emperor both know I am the most valuable piece on the board. There it was, the heart of it all, pride and vanity.
The ego.
Magnus was not the man who left the cave and dug the light towards his friends. He was the man too deeply afraid to admit to himself that he was blinded by the sun, not wise enough to let his eyes adjust. The true Magnus was dead in Vulcan's eyes, and all that remained was a creature that was the combination of his brother's worst traits, too blind to see the bars of the cage he had put himself in, too ignorant to see that even now the creature he served had taken away his choice. Inside the Webway city, the two brothers clashed. Each time Magnus burst apart, immolated, or suffocated Vulcan, his brother would rise again, an immortal, perpetual. Another secret kept from him. The Lord of Drakes and the demon Primarch battled across the ruins, until upon a bridge, after countless revivals, Vulcan began to tire Magnus out. Still, Magnus threw psychic attacks against the Emperor. Even in the midst of this brutal duel, his true target would suffer. Finally, Vulcan landed his enormous hammer upon the demonic flesh of Magnus. Bones cracked, and eldritch blood poured from Magnus. Fear finally showed upon Magnus's face. He couldn't believe he was losing. He was the Crimson King.
How much does that gotta suck, dude? Right? You know, you lose the Vulcan as, you know, you go 0 for 2 against your brothers as yourself. Then you ascend to Demon Primarchhood and you still get your ass kicked. Like, what do you gotta do? You know? What do you gotta do?
He was superior. Finally, Magnus saw behind Vulcan's ember eyes the golden light of his father. He heard the thought imprint upon his brother's mind. As the Emperor screamed to kill him now, Magnus began to unmake his brother down to the very atoms. Flesh and bone peeled away. Magnus thought he had won, until Drakul roared down onto his skull, sundering him from the material universe. Inside the warp, the demon Primarch began to coalesce, an immortal existence in this realm of madness. On the planet of sorcerers, a demon Crimson King sits upon his throne. Long has passed since the time of the Horus heresy, the defeat of Horus, and the internment of the corpse emperor upon the golden throne. Gone was the child of terror, son of Prospero, Primarch of the 15th, an arrogant creature with knowledge, but without wisdom remains, and a man who thought he could do no wrong, a pawn of a god of change, and a future of enlightenment for humanity murdered. All of it gone. All is dust.
Without wisdom, power will destroy the one who wields it. Seekers desire power, but not wisdom. Power without wisdom is dangerous. Better to have wisdom first. Those who have knowledge do not predict. Those who predict do not have knowledge. If you abuse power, you will be burned, and then you will learn. If you live.
Oh, that was an abrupt end there. Okay. Well, there we have it. There we have it. That was Magnus the Red, The Price of Knowledge by the Amber King. Links, as always, will be down below in the description to the original video. by the Amber King without my commentary and reaction, and to the Amber King's channel. Another great video by the Amber King. You know, I love all of his Primarch and character, you know, in detailed, you know, videos. Voice acting was great from all the various characters. Magnus, the Emperor, Amon, all of them, great voice acting. And yeah, just great video all around. S tier video. Definitely go over to his channel, check out his stuff, check out his Patreon, check out his YouTube memberships, any kind of ways to give him some extra love and support. If you enjoy his content and you want to, you know, and be sure to hit that sub button and hit that like button on this video if you enjoyed it as much as I have. You know, I don't know if there's not really a whole lot more to say, you know, at the end of this video than I've already said during it. Other than I think I've changed my mind really about him being redeemed. You know, I had said earlier that I feel like Magnus, out of all the demon Primarchs, had the greatest potential to be redeemed. And it was because, you know, after he understood what he had done and, you know, just shattered the Webray project and broke his word to the Emperor, and the Emperor saw him for what it was, and the pact that he'd made already, and all the betrayals that he had done, and him falling into desperation and sorrow about it. It felt like he understood the consequences of his actions finally, and that he was, for all of his abilities, he is still human, and he can still make mistakes, and it's just having to learn from those mistakes. But obviously, that's not the case. He refuses to learn from his mistakes. He only falls deeper into his ego, and that he can't do anything wrong, and that it's everyone else's fault. The Emperor should have told him, and he would have done things differently. You know, it's not Horus's fault that, you know, things that happen. It's, you know, all of that. It's everyone else. It's not me. You know, he could have easily, you know, like I said, he could have, when Russ was coming there, he could have offered up himself and surrender and just face the consequences of his actions. And who knows what have happened, you know, more than likely, as what happened in, you know, near the end there, the Emperor wanted to see him to offer him forgiveness, and probably would have done the same. The Emperor probably would have said, you know, it sounds like the Emperor had plans for him to really sit eventually on the Golden Throne and be the light of the Astronomicon, to help guide, you know, people through that, and to help, you know, protect the Webway. And that would have been one of his great, you know, contributions to the Imperium. Obviously, the price was sacrificing the current version of the Thousand Suns for a new Legion that wasn't tainted for the warp. And to be fair, that's a very hard ask. That's a very hard ask. You know, you've grown with them for hundreds of years. They are your loyal sons and servants. You know, you have feelings and love for them, just like a father would for any child. And asking them, asking to sacrifice them, you know, to have a new version, a better version, that's a very hard ask, you know, for any of them. And honestly, probably more than one Primarch would have had to face that. Who knows if the Blood Angels and Sanguinius would have had to do the same thing, because their you know, bloodlust potentially could have warp taint, you know, involved in it, etc. You know, and who knows who any of the other ones. But, you know, so I mean, to be fair, that's a hard ask. But beyond that, you know, you would have had a great place in, you know, the Emperor's plans and etc. But yeah, it's just his ego. I can't do anything wrong. It's not my fault. Everyone should have told me what was happening. You know, the Emperor should have let me know what was going on. I would have done things differently, could have, you know, etc., etc., instead of just taking responsibility for himself. And obviously, it got to the point where he just, you know, fell to Tzeentch in order to try to accomplish his goal, which he didn't anyway. Which again, you know, like I said there at the end, how much does it suck to, you know, go 0 for 2 by yourself fighting other Primarchs, to then only ascend to Demon Primarchhood and still get your ass kicked, you know? But to be fair, you know, Vulcan is perpetual, and no matter how many times you injure him, kill him, he just comes back and just keeps fighting. You know, it's got to be rather frustrating to face someone like that. But yeah, you know, I mean, I don't know what else really is to say. You know, you kind of have a feeling earlier on in the video that Magnus might be somewhat of a tragic character, but the tragedy really is that he can't see his own mistakes and he's unwilling to admit them, and his ego just gets in the way. And yeah, he always just thought he knew better. He always thought he knew what was best, when he really had no clue what was going on at all. And the irony of it is his statement of, you know, knowledge is the only good, ignorance is the only evil, but he was ignorant the whole time of any of his mistakes, you know, and refused to do anything about it. So, like I said, another great video by Magnus, by the Amber King of, you know, Magnus the Red here. Again, this was Magnus the Red, The Price of Knowledge by the Amber King. Like I said, links will be down below in the description to all of his stuff. So please go over to his channel. Again, hit the sub button if you enjoy his content. Like the video if you enjoyed it as much as I have. And check out the rest of his stuff. Check out his Patreon. Check out his YouTube membership stuff to give him some extra love and support if you would like to. You can do the same for my channel if you would like. There's a join button underneath the video, as well as a link in the description to the YouTube membership benefits and tiers that I have to offer. So you can check those out if you'd like to. There's all kinds of playlists on my channel for other universes I've done reaction to. There's plenty of Warhammer 40K reactions, Warhammer Fantasy, the SCP Foundation, the Magnus Archives, you know, etc. So you can check out other stuff on my channel if you would like to, if that would have any interest for you. Regardless, thank you very much for taking the time to watch this video. And this was a very long one. Like I said, I'm probably going to cut this up into a few parts and then eventually also uploaded it as one long video for you guys that would rather it be in one long video, so you can just, you know, have something in the background throw up and listen to while you're working or whatever. So yeah, but thank you guys very much. Hope you enjoyed the video of mine here with my commentary and reaction. If you did, consider leaving a like and a sub. It helps me and the channel grow. And I think the next Primarch we're probably going to get into is Leman Russ and the Space Wolves. I've already done some videos in the past about the Space Wolves lore, but tradition has been that we would check out, you know, an Arbiter Ian video going into a kind of a deep dive into the various Primarch's legions, what their lore is, their foundings, and, you know, a lot of their history. And then we would get into a Primarch video itself. So being that, you know, we did Magnus here, kind of the other side of this same story is seeing it from Russ's point of view. So that'll probably what we do next. And then we'll see where we go from there. But it feels good to be getting back into doing Primarch videos here. We've already done Alfarius, Conrad Kurz, Corvus Corvax, Jagatai Khan. We just did Magnus. We did Fulgrim. I think I said Alfarius already. And we also did Amber King's video on Sevatar, which is also very good. So those are all up on the channel if you want to take a look at those as well. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Hope you enjoyed it, and we'll see you on the next one.